on, everybody? Hope everybody's having an amazing afternoon, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the forum. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic life form streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High on risk, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever. Yeah, especially high on risk tonight. Whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. We're here, the butterfly's here. I'm gonna need the powers of the butterfly chat. I was worried about this one. I don't know. It's like a lot lower stakes when I'm covering somebody like Ethan Klein, who is just full of shit. Somebody like Destiny, who's like a danger to the space. You know what I mean? These are easy calls to make. You know, these calls that I'm going to do tonight require a little bit more, specificity, a little bit more care, let's just say, right? I take care when I'm dealing with leftist drama. How are you? Yes, I'll answer at once. Does the purple butterfly match? I was thinking either purple or red. Ooh, wait, red. Maybe red? Yeah, Chad, I've been, magnetic ever since I got vaccinated, so. Ethan Klein is the danger to public health. He does have what, Walter White syndrome? Just live in the Dance Dance Revolution? Yeah, we live in interesting times. That's, that's a fairly easy call to make. Red is super cute. So yeah, chat, it's such weird hours right now, realizing how little time I have left in this apartment, in this city, in this state, on this continent. It's it hasn't quite dawned on me yet. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm still a little bit disconnected from the reality of how much my life is about to change. But I figured out a few things. I think I know how I'm gonna take my computer and leave like the rest of my life behind. Maybe put a few things in storage, maybe the trampoline in storage. I don't know. Oh yeah, and the other thing is that there's a whole nother system of electricity over there, right? You know, like all of our outlets in the United States, they're at 120 volts. I think this is double that. I think this is, I think that the Thai system runs on 240 volts. So I had to check out my computer, my laptop, like all of the electronic devices I'm bringing over to make sure that they also work. You realize when things will be all packed and you ready to go? Yeah. And just, I don't know. It's a lot, chat, because I'm looking around, realizing I have entirely too much stuff. I gotta give this stuff away, sell this stuff, throw this stuff out, somehow get rid of all my stuff, including a really nice Like, I actually like my bed. I'm gonna, like, hopefully I get a comfortable bed. Wait, the official NCC line is now the King rocks? What? Wait, the King? Like Elvis? Oh, that King. Yes, that King is... Yeah, only good things about that King, I guess. I don't know that much about the governmental situation. I should have probably looked into that a little bit more. I know it can't be as bad as ours. You want to hear the Thai expat goss? Davy, I'm scared of that. Should I be scared? I guess there's like a reputation, if you don't know what Davy's referring to. Is it American expats that have the reputation, or is it for wrong in general? Definitely there's a lot of expats that don't like that. Like wasn't there recently something with a bunch of Israeli tourists that got out of hand and pissed a bunch of people off? Thailand loves Elvis. That's it, my goggles. That's it. Thailand has gotten really popular. What, because of that show? The British tourists, you think, are maybe the... You know, it's funny, because I was watching... I've been looking at, like, apartments. I've been looking at, like, places. And there was this British guy that I guess he goes around and talks to different landlords in the area. And like has who tend to be, you know, women and or I don't know if it's just who he talks to or what the deal is, right? But he's always like, Miss Lena, come here, show us the kitchen, Miss Lena. Miss Lena's disappeared behind the corner. Oh, there she is. Miss Lena. Now this apartment doesn't come with Miss Lena. It'd be a lot more expensive if it did. He says the most inappropriate shit. It just makes me so uncomfortable. I don't think it's because he's British, chat. I'm not hating on the British, okay? I've got too many British friends to be... But just like this, there's something about the way that he interacts with these women that own the apartments that is just really strange. The only thing I know is that royal Thai cuisine isn't spicy. What? So the king never sweats? But the rest of Thai food... Wait. What does this mean? So wait, is there a different kind of... Like, are you saying that the king just doesn't eat spicy? Thailand is supposed to be great. It doesn't have to be sleazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably depends on where you hang out and who you hang out with. And I'm not going to be hanging out in any... I'm not going to... I hope this doesn't disappoint anybody. I'm not going to be doing a lot of partying. I'm not going to be having a lot of late nights. I don't anticipate. I'm not going to go to any scary places. I don't know where the scary places are, but I will find out and I will avoid them. Eat on the English cuisine all day long. What, well, look, some of it's okay, right? Beans on toast? Not too bad. Beans on toast, I could, wait, is it beans on bread or beans on toast? A lot of folks, I know who have gone there, and it must be my algorithm. It's affordable too. That it is. Knock on wood. Thai food is crazy hot. Yeah, I remember learning. Oh, I gotta refresh my memory. But there's a word for hot in Thai. There's a way to order stuff with either, like, there's a way you could, if you say not spicy, you're gonna get spice. You know what I mean? Like, they're not spicy. It's just like, okay, we'll pare it down a little bit. But it's still spicy. It's still spicy to most people. But you gotta say it in the right way to be like, absolutely no spice whatsoever. At the club playing SMT for boss theme. I need to play that game, Davy. That one has a good reputation. Is SMT4 really good? What's the good SMT? Nocturne? There's a difference in how and what foods are prepared for the royal family, other important people in Thailand, but the normal folk eat spicy food. So you're not talking about like a type of cuisine that's called royal in Thailand. You're talking about just literally what the royal family eats. Interesting. Traditional pork and beans on toast is gross. Bangers and mash. Wait, is bangers and mash like sausage and mashed potatoes? That does sound like struggle food, but fish and chips. Everyone else does it better than the Brits. SMT3, that's Nocturne, is my favorite. Got me into the series. Don't insult your future king. Am I insulting? Chat, check me on that. Make sure I'm not doing that. All right, I gotta nothing but nice words. Nothing but uncontroversial. Chat, I'm gonna have to find the Thai equivalent of a MAGA hat and wear it. Right, the Thai equivalent of a you know, make Thailand royal again or something. Right, I'm gonna have to find that and just like get the what I'm saying, chat, is I'm gonna be an apolitical streamer. Apolitical streamer. All right, nothing political about anything that I do. Best foods in England is from India. No, every stream has to be a bar crawl. Yeah, you expect IRL content. That IRL shit is like kind of wild though, right? Like the actual IRL streamers. It's called royal cuisine. You have to be specially trained by several chefs to learn how to prepare it. I learned this from the Iron Chef Japan episode where the royal Thai chef in royal Thai cuisine. Oh wait, so a chef that was a chef for the royal family? Fingers and mash is proletariat ambrosia. I mean, I could see the appeal, especially when you're hungry or when you're drunk. Okay, I gotta be sure. What? What did you say, Taffy? Oh my god, what's going on here? I don't know anything about politics in Thailand. British people, like the Germans, are still... Oh, they eat like the Germans are still flying overhead? That makes... I mean... I guess some of the... some of that stuff from that era... You know, some of the traditional, like, you know, the bangers and mash, the beans and on toast, right? Is some of that like from that era? Because it does seem like the kind of, like, if you don't know, chat, after World War II, the UK spent, what was it, like 10 years or something, incredibly poor, right? Just kind of economically wiped out. Now I want fish and chips, maybe some clams too. Anti-corporatist, do you like the fried clams or do you like the raw? Wait, there are no raw clams, are there? People eat oysters raw, right? But they don't eat. Do they eat clams raw? I could cook taters. What's the difference between a clam and an oyster, chat? Is a clam in fresh water and an oyster is in salt water, or is an oyster just like a rough clam? It kind of seems like it, doesn't it? Churchill spent all the money screwing the rest of the world. Yeah, so they didn't have any money left. Don't eat raw clams. Well, you probably shouldn't eat raw oysters either. I mean, I don't know, chat. Am I hurting anybody's feelings by saying that? You can eat clams raw depending on the species. Yeah, people eat gooey ducks raw, chat. Have you ever seen a gooey duck? Wait, can we watch a gooey duck get eaten? Will I get in trouble for that? Will I get like banned from Twitch for watching somebody eat a gooey duck? Look, we'll watch it for as long as we can, okay? I feel like the people that watch these Geoduck eating videos, though, they're here for a very particular reason. Like, and that's why I'm like worried about. I'm kind of worried about. I'm worried that it could get misinterpreted. I feel like I shouldn't be able to do this, chat. I feel like I feel like there's some rule. There's gonna be some rule against me showing, people eating a raw Geoduck. Is it better if I show you a guy eating one? I feel like. Oh my god! What the fuck? Chat, am I allowed to show this? No clue, but I don't like watching people eat. Fried clams are better with tartar sauce. Oh yeah. I feel like my family has a recipe for that somewhere. Eating conch raw is fine. WB traumatized me with a Geoduck video. Wait, Chat, like, I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble if I show this. Look, like, I mean, it doesn't look right. I'm too shy to show you a. I'm too shy to show you the Geoduck. Oh my god, chat, I'm like literally like I'm like no, I can't show this. It looks too much like something else. I feel like somebody's gonna misidentify it and say that I'm showing you something that I shouldn't. Alright, chat. Look, as long as he doesn't, like... That's what a Geoduck looks like. You can see, you know... Oh my god! Oh wait, no, you can't see it! Oh my god, I still haven't showed it, chat. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should show you this. Audio only? Oh my god, it's a very phallic looking... Yeah. There's no way I'd get in trouble, right? They're eating seafood. I mean, I'd get in trouble with myself because I don't eat meat. So I saw an oyster lady eat an oyster the size of her head. And I had to bleach my eyeballs. Just got here. What are those sounds? Oh my god. Look, I gotta show you, chat. For those, some of chat just probably does not know what the F I'm talking about. And so now I have to show you. That's a Geoduck. It's a bivalve. It's a sea creature. It's in a shell. They stick out of the shell like that. Like in a kind of erect sort of way. And people eat these things raw. And yeah, I mean, that's just water. It's just water. It's just what they get water in them because they like squirt water. There's no tentacles. I've been shaking my head the whole time. You think I'd get in trouble for this? I feel like if I showed a woman eating one, I would. Because I swear to God, those videos, because there's like, yeah, I mean, you'll see them on TikTok, you'll see them on YouTube Shorts. There's a ton of videos of women eating Geoducks. And I feel like the audience that clicks on these are clicking on them for a very particular reason, right? And it's not because they are fans of seafood. It's not because they're seafood fans. But yeah. That's a Geoduck. The first time I heard of Geoduck was from Anthony Bourdain back in 2010. And like, look, some people, I think most people, when they eat a Geoduck, they'll dip it in sauce, which is actually a little bit more weird. Like, there's literally videos of these women taking Geoducks, dipping them in the sauce, and like chowing down, going to town on that Geoduck, right? Going crazy on that Geoduck, like chomp, chomp, chomp. Like, and I gotta think that, like, is it bad to drink the salt water? The other thing they do with the Geoducks is I think I think the salt water you probably don't want to eat or drink. And so what people will do is they'll take the Geoduck and they'll slap it. And there's these videos of these women. They take the Geoduck, they turn it upside down, they slap, 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 slap. It squirts water out. And then they dip it in a sauce and they eat it. And I gotta wonder about the people clicking on these videos, because these videos, they are too popular. They are too popular to be just like, oh, isn't it weird? Or, you know what I mean? Like, these videos have way too many views, right? Somebody's watching that thing, and in their mind, they are the Geoduck, right? They're enjoying that. They want to be spanked and have the salt water shoot out of them. I don't know, chat. It's too much. It's too much for me. R.I.P. Anthony Bourdain. Did he actually eat a Geoduck on... I'll give him props if he ate a Geoduck on... Because that was back before... Wasn't Anthony Bourdain alive around the time... It was right as, like, homophobia was kind of fading a little bit, but it hadn't completely faded out. It was still alive and well. It was back when straight guys would always introduce their friends as their life partner, like as a joke. Like, you know, it was this weird moment in time where, like, I feel like cis dudes would pretend to be, like, secure in their sexuality by joking about having sex with their, you know, bros. Yeah, it was the age of bro sex. Bro sex was alive and well. So for Anthony Bourdain to put a Geoduck in his mouth and just be like, hey, you know, I don't care what it looks like. I'm Anthony Bourdain. I'm going to eat it. And he would. He would eat anything. Well, no, Bear Grylls, I think, would eat anything. But Anthony Bourdain next to anything. Here in Tijuana, you can eat shells in the soul. But you can eat shells? You learned it. Wait, you'd never seen the Geoduck before? They can live up to 50 years? I didn't... Oh my god, I forgot about that sitting cow. They're deep-throating. Unless they're deep-throating it, it's okay. Sitting cow is letting me know that I'm way too worried. Yeah, the homosexuals. It was that age, right? It was a very particular type of development that was going on. Like, people weren't quite okay with gay stuff. But they were a little bit more so than, like, in the... Just playing gay chicken, bro. Yeah, definitely. Anthony Bourdain gave no fucks, at least of all appearing homosexual. I mean, it's like, look, as a wise man once said, homosexuality is the best all-around cover that an agent ever had. These are words to live by. And Anthony Bourdain was definitely an agent, chat. We found out today the JFK files have been released. And who would have thought that Anthony Bourdain was such a central figure for so many years in the intelligence operation? Has anybody had a chance to look into the JFK files? The thing that blew my mind, though, was the part where Billy Mays and the guy from the Slap Chop time traveled back to the 60s, right? Like, I didn't realize the CIA had time travel, all right? I also obviously didn't realize, I mean, Billy Mays I kind of figured, but the Slap Chop guy? You're gonna love these nuts. Yeah, because dude was a special agent. That's how he tortured people, with a slap chop on their nuts, right? That was the joke, chat. This guy literally used that thing to get information in order to, in a situation where there's a terrorist, and let's say that you got a bomb that's going to go off in 24 hours exactly, and you gotta somehow get that information out of the terrorist. They tried things like making them eat gooey ducks, but that didn't work. So what was the slap chop guy's name anyway? I figured it was all redacted. Earthkeeper, from what I've seen so far, very little is redacted. I don't know where the new information is going to lead, though. Like, I can't tell yet, but I think it's basically... It looks like... The one thing that stuck out is that it looks like this might prove... It proved that there's more than one bullet, right? And you go wherever you want with that, right? There's a bunch of different directions you could go with, like, the knowledge that there was not indeed one magical bullet.
Dabby Cliff super chatted $9.99. Henry Kissinger was the greatest agent of the gay communist global agenda.
Did not know that, but yeah, look, we're getting all kinds of drops here. We're getting all kinds of secret information released. You know what sucked, though? Like, how did Trump get away with that disappointing... by the way, thank you, Davy Clip, for the super chat. How did he get away with that Epstein release? There was nothing there. That shit was redacted, right? I mean, that was worthless. Like, you could probably find more in Gawker than you could in Trump's supposed Epstein release. It would have been funny if he tried to take his name off of the stuff after he'd already been revealed. Second bullet was from the Secret Service by accident, then they covered it up. Are you saying that for sure, Joshua? Are people talking about this now? Because I haven't been through that much of it, but... Didn't George Bush Sr. kill JFK? Wasn't that known for like 20 decades? I've heard a lot of people say that. Including a dude that worked down at the bike shop next to my house that claimed that... Dude... working at a bike shop, and we're just shooting the shit, right? Because I'm getting my I'm waiting for my bike to get fixed, and he starts talking about, like, oh yeah, back when I was in the CIA, and he starts like going off, like, he knows all this stuff, and I'm like, really? And you retired from all that to work at a bike shop? I hope I'm not blowing his cover or anything. Bike shop dude, you're all right. You're so full of shit. You're such but you're a good liar, and it was entertaining. This guy entertained me, okay? With stories about Alan Dulles and George Bush Sr., George H.W. And so I kind of didn't mind that he was just feeding me a line of shit, because I was bored. I was stuck at the bike shop, and I was just like, no, tell me more about, like, the involvement of Alan Dulles, please. Like, I would love to hear. Speaking of George W. Bush, oh no, we're not speaking of. We're speaking of his dad.
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. I remember when conspiracy theories were left-wing coded, truly a better time.
That does sound like a better time. Wait, I wonder what that was like with Kennedy. Right? Like, what's a left-wing version of the Kennedy conspiracy theory? It's really creepy how MAGA like co-ops things like Kennedy. I mean, look, he's nobody's hero, right? The Kennedy dynasty, it's kind of fucked up, right? I don't love the, lefties kind of lionizing the Kennedys, but at the same time, I think I hate the Republicans trying to superimpose Donald Trump's face on the Kennedy mystique. I was a waitress, and some guy told me he was special ops for the FBI. That's the best thing about the special ops people, is they'll tell you while they're eating gooey ducks at the table. Because again, chat, a seafood aficionado is the best all-around cover that an agent ever had. A good agent is an unconscious agent. That's what they say. What is with the JFK love? I know, right? I don't know. You know what? If I had to guess, Sisyphean, and I could be completely wrong here, I don't know shit. I wasn't alive anywhere near this time, so just me guessing. But it kind of seems like there might have been... If you think about Nixon, right? From the point of view of somebody on the left, right? If you were like part of the new left in the 60s, and you saw this god-awful war being done by the guy that succeeded, Kennedy, and, you were part of the protest movement, and then after all that shit, Nixon gets elected, not once, but twice. And then, Nixon was the first person to do impoundment. You know the whole thing that they're doing with Doge impoundment? Nixon tried that earlier. And I think he got blocked by the courts in his attempt to impound funds, right? So he definitely is the... he's like the mold for the unitary executive, right? So there's like probably a kind of collective trauma that's gone on with the boomers when it comes to Nixon. And since Nixon and Kennedy, they ran against each other in 1960, people, there were a lot of conspiracy theories about LBJ. A lot of the conspiracy theories tied LBJ into whatever happened to Kennedy, right? I feel like these people kind of they needed to like believe in, like, we got Nixon, he's the fucking root of all evil. And so we got to have somebody over on the other side that's like the noble prince of Camelot. And so they, got JFK. And they ignore like the whole history of what that is. They ignore what's, kind of gross about having a familial dynasty in American politics.
Super chatted $9.99. It was about JFK conflict with the CIA and how he called it a shadow empire, which was entirely true. Leftist also thought the CIA tried to screw over Nixon too.
Whoa. You're talking about the Americans' love for the Kennedys. I like the idea of Lyndon Baines Johnson, after the assassination, literally pissing himself on an airplane, being like, "They're coming for me next." Because it's not usually how you think of LBJ. Right, usually you think of LBJ as the guy that like wants to have a literal dick measuring contest with like everybody that he meets. He wants to he's Flex, the original Flex. The original like he would literally show off his Johnson as a flex. But I feel like that was kind of a thing. Didn't like a lot of American, like, what is the whole story about like Ernest Hemingway and F. Scott Fitzgerald? And F. Scott Fitzgerald had a kind of a complex about his. He said that he thought it was small. And so Ernest Hemingway was like, I'll have a look at it. Oh, it's not that bad. It's all right. I'm talking about the leftist conspiracy. Oh, the kind of leftist conspiracies towards JFK. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just hard to, like, anybody else find it hard to understand the mythology of the baby boom era? I guess that's what that is. Although, wait, the baby boomers, what? They're like 20 in like 1970. So when Kennedy was killed, they're like 12. So they remember this like as kids, right? They were probably like in school, and I don't know, maybe just you get sent home when a president is assassinated. Yeah, I mean, probably something happens, right? Probably somebody comes into the classroom and says something. I heard the Mr. Hands video was LBJ in a horse costume. That's what I heard too. Actually, no, he just had a gooey duck sticking through the costume. I don't think it was love. I think it was having a common enemy. Okay, that being the CIA, that being the military intelligence industrial complex. My mom's teacher broke down crying. That's how she found out. I had grandparents in Baton Rouge. My life has been spent between North Texas and Louisiana. So many characters. Yeah, that's true. That is one thing that Texas definitely has. And not the least of these characters is one beaver named Bucky that provides you nuggets for long road trips, and also apparently supports the Proud Boys. Who knew? 63 is the last year for boomers. Wait, so some boomers were like not born until after? So it really isn't necessarily, maybe it's not a baby boomer thing then. Like a millennial. I was in 6th grade maths during 9/11. Yeah, exactly, Sisyphean. Yeah, probably very similar. Wait, Narwhal, is that a Bob's Burgers reference by chance? Like the sheriff, the sheriff costume? My dad watching Mr. Rogers or Goofus and Gallant? What is Goofus and Gallant? I feel like I've heard of this or some shit when he died. I feel like I need a deep cut. Like I don't know. I better be watching something good. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna die. I'm gonna make television, or television, YouTube, whatever kind of AI garbage that we're watching at the time. I'm gonna make, like, Nicholas Diorio is gonna have to come out with like the best video, right? Otherwise, no, he wouldn't. He'd be dead. No, Nicholas Diorio. I'll definitely outlive Nicholas Diorio. Chat. What am I saying? Of course. Of course. Never actually seen an episode? Oh, don't tell Sam. Yeah, there was a joke about, there was a share pun in that as well. I was dying when you were talking about beaver nuggets. My husband loves those. In fact, my grandma gave them out as a Christmas present last year. I mean, it's pretty much what my grandparents would give. Theirs was, the kettle corn. They were all about the kettle corn. Anybody else? Anybody else grow up with a tin of kettle corn as a footrest that you sometimes open up to pick, you know, do you want to eat it's like in sections, right? You got the caramel corn, you got the nacho cheese corn. I'm trying to remember what else was in there. Was there like some kind of cinnamon garbage? I'm trying to remember. There many different flavors of corn, right? Unlike Buc-ee's, which I think the beaver nuggets only come in that one flavor, right? But the kettle corn, the white cheddar, oh yeah, that stuff is like, I hate it, but I can't stop eating it. Oh, what in the white? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the white cheddar. That's one of the flavors, Davy. This white cheddar. I hate that I like to eat white cheddar popcorn. Plain, yeah, there's one that's plain. There's one that's nacho cheese. There's one that's caramel corn. I grew up in the Midwest. Of course I know those. Oh my God, my parents were like, or my grandparents, those grandparents I think were Southern. That's my Southern family that I totally have an accent from. Caramel, yeah, definitely caramel corn. It's gonna be in there. I feel like there was like 6 flavors, wasn't there? You make the cut as a 98 baby. Nice. Popcorn with cheese, yeah, with powdered cheese even. This is the superior. Yeah, you got it, Davy. This is the superior culture that Asmongold was talking about. Although it's really only superior when you leave the nacho cheese popcorn on the floor and you get a number of dead rats in your house. I do too, Palsier, but I hate that I love it. I'm so embarrassed. It's such garbage. It's like liking Diet Coke, which I swear I never did. I never liked Diet Coke. It was just all my mom would ever buy. So I drank a lot of it. But it's disgusting. Diet Coke is an affront to humanity. Although some people really like it. I got a spicy take. Wait. I'm trying to remember. Did this get replaced with... Okay, there's like Dr. Pepper Zero? Yeah. But wait, before there was Dr. Pepper Zero, wasn't there Diet Dr. Pepper? Oh, there still is. Is Diet Dr. Pepper actually healthy? Yes, it is the fountain of youth. Wait, what kind of answer is this? Diet Dr. Pepper sweetened with artificial sweeteners, which is not good for you, but has no calories. Anyway, yeah, the Diet Dr. Pepper, I fucking love that shit. I hate that I love it, but I do. It's really good. We got the Asmon cockroach cold, yeah. Lance today said that Asmon has a trail of dried blood on the wall. That's true. Lance is not lying. Lance is 100% telling the truth about that. Like, he sits in his bed, apparently, and wipes blood from his gums. Oh my god. Mountain Dew makes you infertile? I thought it made you racist. Oh, I'm sorry, Davy. That is Diet Mountain Dew. Only Diet Mountain Dew can make you racist. But really it doesn't. It just does that to JD Vance, he's already racist, so, you know. Who knew? We are all peppers. Yeah, we're preppers with pepper. Dr. Prepper. I feel like that should be like a Fallout soda. Used to love Dr. Pepper so much when I was young. Only was able to have it in the US, and it was a special drink for vacancy days. Mine was like Oh my god. What? Chat. I feel like I had a... I know I've tried Mr. Pibb, right? But I'm reading here that it was discontinued in 2001. I don't know when I would have had this. I remember having Mr. Pibb. Do you think it's possible that someone in my family, like, stockpiled Mr. Pibb for the apocalypse? And since they had it, when did Snapple end? I mean, it's nothing too crazy. I'm not like talking about like a secret vault of Crystal Pepsi. But somebody had a secret vault of Mr. Pibb. Oh, it must have been my grandmom. It must have been my grandmom. Because I remember that lady had like... She had a refrigerator, a pretty big refrigerator in her kitchen, right? But then she also had like a refrigerator in her laundry room. And then there was this like closet that also had a refrigerator. She had like refrigerators in refrigerators, and they were filled with pickled okra and pickled asparagus and hot peppers and weird sodas. And like, you know, just like she liked to keep cereal too long, that was the good thing about like staying with my grandmother, was that you got to eat the sugary cereals that your mom and dad would never get for you, because grandmom likes to spoil the grandkids, right? So anything the grandkids ask for, it's like it's you know, it's yours, right? You want a sugary cereal? She'll get you that sugary cereal. And your mom's not gonna say shit about it because it's grandma, and grandma, you know, grandma is allowed to do that. The problem is, chat, is that like she would get it in accordance with, you know, a grandchild staying with her, which didn't happen all that often, right? So it was like it was myself, my brother, my sisters, or my cousins. When any of us were staying with her, she'd go out and get some. So if you know, she would have this cereal like on top of the fridge, right? And it was you had to really look at the expiration date. I learned this the hard way, because she didn't realize that like my cousin had been there like 6 months ago, you know? And she still had the sugary cereal from my cousin. And so I'd be like, oh shit, she's got that cereal, and you'd go up and you'd eat some of it, and it would just be off. It would be bad. I mean, cereal doesn't go too bad because it's cereal, you know, but it's just like, it's not as good. I haven't had Mr. Pibb long. Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying. I feel like this is a conspiracy. Yeah, we could make our own conspiracy. Pickled okra? Yeah, it's really good. I mean, it's a little bit slimy, but it's less slimy than it is when you cook it, so I appreciate that. Anything that can make okra less slimy. Strawberry Sprite is the bomb. I gotta try this. I like cherry 7-Up, so I would probably like that. Was Grandma a teenager in the 70s? It would get stale. Not old enough. Oh, you're old enough to remember Tab? Wait, I've seen Tab. I've never had Tab, though. Anyway, chat, I am doing the thing where I get, you get me talking about food, and it makes me take too long getting to stream. And I know that really pisses off the Voddies, right? There's Voddies right now, not right now, but in the future, watching the stream after the fact. They don't even realize it's a stream. They think I made a video like this, where I don't know, I invited my, you know, best friends to hang out and chat at me. I don't know. But some of them don't understand the concept of live streams, but we love our Voddies. And the Voddies want me to get to the point, so let me start to do that here. What is the point anyway, chat? What even is the point tonight? I gotta sort out the drama. I gotta be the fair. This is why it's so much stress on me. No wonder I'm procrastinating, right? I don't want to adjudicate somebody else's, you know, drama, but I got to. Tabernacle has made a video suggesting that maybe the Vanguard are concentrating too much on Ana Kasparian. And, you know, pointing out correctly that misogyny is, you know, definitely a thing in this YouTube world. I don't know if what Anna's getting is, you know, I'm not seeing a lot of misogyny coming her way. People might think that because she gets more stuff. She gets more shit than Jink does, but she's also like she's leading that lurch to the right. Ana Kasparian is, right? And I don't know if people really get that. So I could see people, you know, seeing all these videos about Anna, less videos about the Young Turks, and thinking that maybe the concentration on Anna is happening for misogynistic reasons. I don't think that's what's going on. But we'll take a look at Kabernacle's video nonetheless. Oh no, are you fucking serious? How did that happen? What? Thank you for letting me know, Narwhal. I don't know how that happened. Oh my god, let's check. Oh no. There's all kinds of stuff I forgot to do. Why? Why won't it change? I'm sorry, chat. Update. Update, you son of a burp. Safira Joe says Cav does not understand American politics. I don't know, Chad. Do you want me to go over? Do you want me to talk about Ethan Klein again? Why is this happening? Oh my god, I don't get it. Oh my god, there's more stuff I have to do. And I need to get this show on the road. I've started late. I have talked about cereal. I've talked about pickled okra. And I have talked about gooey ducks. And how much eating one looks like you're biting into somebody's junk. Down to the fact that it's squirting out salt water all over the place. Okay, hopefully I've got it fit. Well, no, wait, I gotta fix it on Twitch too, don't I? And now I'm feeling sick at my stomach. Chat, did Ethan manage to... Wait a minute. Okay, look. I just changed it to being about the Kavernacle. Now, chat, I gotta ask you. All right, flash poll. I need you to participate really quickly, okay? Do you want me to go over a new Ethan Klein video instead? I need you to say in chat. Informal poll here.
The Green super chatted $13.99. It has been a while since I got to visit with this chat, so I am tossing money your way. I am voting for Professor Dave tonight.
Thank you, Greenest Faye. I will put your money right where your mouth is. What does that get us to? I think we're at 44% on that dono goal. 44%. Professor Dave has 14%. So, hey, we might be able to see a Professor Dave video tonight. What else do we have here on the offering? Am I showing you? Oh, no, I'm not. I gotta get to the point here. And that's the point. That's the point right there, chat. That's the point of tonight's stream. No more Ethan. I'm tired of his voice. I'm kind of tired of Ethan too. I was excited to cover something else, but I just feel like why does it switch to sub mode? Oh, you know, it's usually to make it a little bit harder for people to do harassment, for people to come in here and troll and stuff, but that's more like when we're covering Ethan Klein. Can we avoid Ethan Klein? Okay, we got a bunch of people that are all for doing anything other than Ethan Klein. Ethan gives me a headache. Season 3, episode 3 of No Reservations. If anyone is it, wait, are you talking about Anthony Bourdain? People want the Kavernacle. People want they need the Kavernacle. They need the Vanguard. They need the Kavernacle. They want to see the Vanguard fight against the Kavernacle. It's gonna be like an episode of Baki, chat. That's what we're in for tonight. We even talked about presidents, right? That's a very Baki type of thing. One of these, you know, either the Vanguard or Kavernacle by the end of the night is gonna fight against a praying mantis. What is going on with my frame rate? Please no Ethan Klein. Damn. Okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that chat wants something other than Ethan Klein for once. That is actually very pleasing to me. God, why is it still? Gotta change the description. Here we go. I just think that my software is kind of buggy. What's with the Geoduck? It's delicious? No, it's not delicious. How did we get on Geoducks, chat? Ethan is a broken record at this point, yeah. Well, the video I'm talking about, maybe we'll watch it some other time, or maybe not, right? It's by the Soft Take. Anybody heard of the Soft Take?
The Green super chatted $7. Anything but egg, please.
Anything but Ethan Klein. Okay, well, I will take that advice, and if you're ready for this, leftist versus leftist here, that's what we're gonna do. We don't usually do this. Yo, Buffy Geek with the gifted sub to Manic Mermaid Ash. Manic Mermaid Ash, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. I'm just looking at this. Okay. So yeah, we got the Kabernacle's video. We got the response from the Vanguard. Let's go. Are you ready? All right. So, what am I supposed to say? I'm supposed to say that we got a few goals tonight that are going on. We got a goal. One of them is to get me on the trampoline. We have 1 hour and 41 minutes left to hit that goal. We're halfway there already. What do they say, chat? Living on a prayer. That's right. We're living on a prayer tonight. We're halfway there. And you know, you can get me on the trampoline very easily, right? We are also more than halfway towards our dono goal. We're at 57%. If we hit that dono goal, I'll hang out a little longer and I'll cover one more topic with you, a little extra bonus topic to end the night. If we hit that one, and we're already 57% of the way there. What topic? Well, you're voting on the topic right now. 104 of you have already voted on YouTube. Of those 104, 52% want to see what Joe Rogan's crash out is all about, and he has been crashing out more and more lately. He's no longer the top-rated podcast, chat, because the Mycellus brothers, that's right, Ben Mycellus of the Midas Touch and his brothers, the Midas Mighties, have taken the crown as the top-rated podcaster, and Candace Owens actually chomping at the bit, I think, right behind Ro Jogan. So Joe Rogan not having a good time. He's also brought on a person that's a bit of an apologist, has some interesting ideas about the events of 1930s Germany, and those opinions may be in direct contrast to the actual history, right? So yeah, he's gonna do some Hitler stuff, and Joe Rogan's gonna be like, oh wow, dude, and just let him fucking go off. So yeah, we'll take a look at that. Maybe that's at 52%. Second place is the Noah Samsen video continued. We watched like a third, I think, of the Noah Samsen video a couple of nights ago. It was very emotional, very intense, very important stuff though, and I thought I'd put it up there again in case anybody wanted to try to finish it or at least do the second part of it. We got Hassan Piker in the news. That's right, he's been in the New Yorker recently. They wrote an article about him, so we could take a look at that. What is Hassan's reaction to the article? What is the New Yorker saying about Hassan? That's in third place, right? In fourth place, we have Professor Dave and his take on Trump's trans mice, right? Donald Trump said that the government was wasting money making mice transgender. It turns out that he just doesn't know what a transgenic mouse is. But you know who does know what a transgenic mouse is? That would be Professor Dave. And Professor Dave will tell us all about it if we pick that one. So that's what we're doing so far. The dono goal goes up every time you donate, whether that's a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting the gift of weasels, the gift of memberships to other people. If you're supporting me on Throne right now, the main thing that I have is my moving to Thailand fund, moving out of the country fund. So if you want to help me move out of the country and, give me money that I will actually use on that trip, that's there. If you support me on Patreon, of course, and of course if you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate because so many people have gone out of their way to make it impossible for small streamer chicks such as myself to even be monetized on Twitch. And so the only way I get paid is through the generosity of viewers like you. So thank you, Buffy Geek and everybody over there on Twitch who helps out. So anyway, that's what we're doing. That's where we're going. We're going to cover Kavernacle. We're going to cover the Vanguard, their response to Kavernacle. We're going to see what's going on. What is Kavernacle? We need to talk about misogyny on YouTube and the dehumanization of bad YouTubers. That's the name of Kabernacle's video. I should probably try to show you the thumbnail too, because wait, it was a subathon. It was hours and hours long. I was gardening and listening to it in the background. Oh wait, I can't believe I've had to watch him crash out so many times. Wait, Ethan? Nobody's interested in seeing the man get duct taped into a straitjacket. Yeah, I saw that part. He was really drunk, wasn't he, Sarah? I only watched a little bit of that. Anyway, I mentioned Patreon, and that is one of the ways that you can support me. That is a great way to support me, and every time I see something happen like Sunday getting demonetized, I realize, how important it is to have support on different platforms, right? YouTube, Twitch, any of this stuff can be taken away from us at any time, so I greatly appreciate those who support me off-platform on Patreon with a monthly contribution. So everybody on my Patreon gets access to the videos before they come out, uncensored, and sometimes with an extra scene or two in them, and more importantly than anything, early, right? That's the operative phrase. Everybody at the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out, so let me do those now. Shouts out to Oralt Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shaxba, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Goggles, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Jessica Bell, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, And to Omega Star. Is this a pro Sunday channel? Look, I don't, I've had beef with Sunday, okay? And, I think, you know, I'm not here to talk about how he can be an asshole, because he got demonetized, all right? And whatever you think about Sunday, I think we can all agree that he is not a danger to this platform, you know. God, that's complicated, isn't it? But I don't think, like, it sounds like he got demonetized for some bullshit. That's what I'm trying to say. And I got some solidarity even with people who've said awful shit about me when it comes to, you know, YouTube just taking it out on a smaller channel. Right? So, yeah, you know, hopefully we can extend him some critical support. Hope that he gets his monetization back, because nobody wants to see somebody get their income taken away like that. See what I mean? You know what I mean? Does that make sense, chat? I feel like I saw the Kavernacle video all the time before our elections here, but haven't seen him lately. So yeah, it's about Ana and the Vanguard. And a little bit about Sniper Wolf and Jack's Films as well. But we're going to watch the part about... We're only going to have time for the part about the Vanguard. He was singing songs from Hamilton. Oh, God, I saw that. He's so bad. And also, like, I don't like Hamilton, but Ethan somehow makes it worse. I didn't know that was possible to make it worse. He was talking to Olivia's dad the first time I've seen him talk about anything else but the usual. I have thoughts about the whole thing and opinions. Did he go into War Room? Did he do a drunken War Room at all? Telling that Ethan's enemies, oh yeah, Bad and Banana, were raising money for Palestinians, as he, a man who flaunts his wealth, is begging for people to give him money. It's just so ironic, considering that he's richer than any of the Fupa Troopas. And he's like, yeah, make those subs. Make it rain subs, chat. And it's just like, oh my god. And yeah, he seems to have raked in some subs, so... Oh, wait, he has the temerity to attack a banned Frogan. Yeah, part of what he was saying about Frogan was that Frogan begs her audience. And it's like, Frogan's a streamer, right? She's got like a, she's got like a donation goal, and it says rent on it, you know, because like she's saying, you know, help me pay the rent, right? But Ethan makes it sound like she's like, pay the rent for me, audience, that somehow she's not contributing anything. And it's like, dude, she's contributing more than you are. She's probably more entertaining than you are, Ethan. Hamilton is terrible. Every white woman in my office wouldn't shut up about it when it came out, and damn. He only made a few comments during his subathon. There was no war room. I assume that was agreed upon before they went live. I was probably the smart thing to do. I'm surprised he had the restraint. Apparently some people found out that they were shadow banned in Ethan's chat when they tried gifting subs. And is this on the subreddit? Ethan is starting to live in the mindset like that of a hotel lobby scene in Fear and Loathing. Wait, the reptiles? That one? All streamers are e-beggars. That's just the business. That's just business as usual. True. Streamers wanting more audience and make a living. I mean, like, Ethan really does, like, kind of, like, low-key guilt his audience. You know, when he's... I've seen him do that before, right? I can't stress enough, I saw all the red flags from Ethan from the beginning of Leftovers. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Freedom. I didn't want to admit it. I wanted to think that this is really cool. Hassan's reaching out to this, like, normie audience. And, you know, Ethan's starting to learn. He obviously did not understand a lot of what Hassan was throwing his way. asking for a reasonable income for her labor. How dare she, right? Rogan is spin doming her audience with that dono goal. That's right. That's right. Does Ethan not get that's what every entertainer does? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you want to talk about misogyny on youtube.com, I would say that Ethan Klein is a great example of that. I'm not sure if the Vanguard are, though, but Kavernacle is gonna... Now, I don't think he's coming at the Vanguard, with, like, these guys are misogynistic pigs or anything like that. But it's more like, he's saying that you can be a vehicle for misogyny without realizing that that's what you're doing. And I think that's where he's coming with this. But again, I have my reservations. I have my questions about, feeling sorry for Ana Kasparian. That's a little weird. But let's let him make his argument. Let's get going, chat, because I have edged you for long enough. For far too long. All right. Tabernacle, what do you got for us? There are timestamps? Okay, let's just watch the beginning.
Quite a while. And I was actually...
He's so quiet.
As part of my one-shot new format of videos where I just give a take without editing. But I thought the conversation needed more nuance, it needed more planning, it needed me to stick more to an actual plan rather than just ramble off the top of my head, even though I am doing that right now.
Is he too quiet,
chat? I
chat?
just want to talk about online misogyny and how that kind of plays into the creator ecosystem. Now, like I said, you've clicked on this video probably because...
Okay, so no doubt that online misogyny does play into the creator sphere on YouTube. No doubt that some people are amplifying or making themselves a vehicle for a misogyny without realizing it. Maybe even some well-intentioned people from time to time. No doubt about that. I mean, this is definitely like a real phenomenon.
Because I have Ana Kasparian and Sniper Wolf in the title. And maybe I've even used a thumbnail of like the Vanguard YouTube.
Yeah, BCatK, that might be exactly what's going on. It might just be an issue of Kavernacle not having kind of the full information of Ana Kasparian. That's what I'd suspect going into this
YouTube channel and on their coverage of Ana Kasparian or like Jack's films or whatever. And you probably want me to start throwing out spicy takes and calling out creators, but no, I need to build this whole video.
Oh, this criticism would have been applicable towards somebody like Vosh, not so much towards the Vanguard.
To get to those case studies, because I need to talk about like power dynamics between creators and also what it's like both to be a creator who criticizes other creators and to be someone who is often on the receiving end of lots of criticism. And that's myself in this instance. And this is the first time in maybe ever I've actually sought out criticism and hate of myself online. Like I've been on Reddit, I've been on YouTube looking for videos that I've been criticized on, and I've been going through the comments section, right? As someone with OCD, reading loads of comments where people are saying mean things, which is one thing, but also completely mischaracterizing you or just saying like smears based on maybe something you said, it's hard to read. And in that, I'm trying to make...
So I'm trying to understand, did he go through criticism of himself in order to sort of inform this video? Is that what he's saying?
Like aware, we dehumanize people and each other so much online. And I'm not saying I'm innocent of this myself. And when it comes with the power dynamic, you really have to ask yourself as a creator, should I make that video? Now, there's been a spirit online for a long time that...
So, yeah, I mean, ironic that he's putting that, caveat of like, sometimes you got to check yourself and ask yourself, should I make that video? Ironic that that's the, right here in the intro to this video.
Making videos on each other is fair game. It doesn't matter what size of the creator. If the Kavernacle has called me out, I'm going to make a response. Now, when it's me calling you out, I feel like whatever size channel you are at this point, it's fair enough to give me a response because I am at that size, right? But if someone called me out with a very small channel, I'm like not going to respond to it, even if I really, really want to respond to it, unless it's saying something like slanderous, because I'm just thinking about the power dynamic at play. And also, as a smaller creator myself, I used to get like massive conservative channels making videos on me, and what it would result in was just insane levels of harassment and hate. And when I think about...
He's a Blade Runner 2049 fan? I haven't even seen the original Blade Runner. Is that the one with like Tears in the Rain?
My own experience going through that, and especially when it's from like a more malicious place, I don't really want to subject people to that myself.
Chat, I need to immerse myself in cyberpunk.
I'm a very empathetic person, even if that doesn't come across in my YouTube channel.
Is he English or Scottish? Scottish?
I know, and I always think about how I make other people feel. Here's a great example.
Am I right about that, chat? Am I wrong about that? Oh my god, did I get him wrong? Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, chat, this is going to be so embarrassing if I get this wrong.
For you, right? And I'm just going to say this to frame the video. I feel bad when I do like bad things to people, even if they deserve it. So one example has just popped in my head today. Me and my friends and also my older brother, we play a five-a-side football team, or we used to. Competitive five-a-side, has a ref. So often you...
Wait, so I wasn't wrong saying Scottish?
Get tempers...
Wait, he's English?
Like, you know, getting out of control.
Wait, I did get it wrong. He's English with Irish ancestry, but his accent is English, right?
And I remember this guy kept fouling us, and then he fouled my older brother, and then he started on my older brother. I run over, I push him, and we kind of like gang up on him, right? Even though this guy started it, I felt like shit afterwards. I felt like shit for doing that, and I felt like shit just for even confronting this guy in this way, right? Even though I'm totally in the right, I'm sticking up for not just my teammate, like a family member, I still feel bad. And I think I'm just too empathetic because I get on the receiving end of something and I'm like, well, this is how this has made me feel. And I don't want to do that to other people. And that is the same with YouTube, in that I have felt the insane hatred of like other creators directing their audience to my channel to just send the most vile things to me. I don't want to be a part of that ecosystem. Now, I don't know if most people appreciate something I've done for a long time on this channel. I don't do drama. Like, people, massive creators have made videos on me. Like people like Destiny.
Wait, Choki, you're tempting me. I feel like I'd get in trouble. Like, I feel like YouTube would somehow not like it though if I did.
I don't respond to it. People who are like same size as me have made videos of me. Don't respond to it because I feel like drama helps no one, because we do dehumanize people on this platform so much. And you guys might remember I made a video about...
Well, I mean, look, drama between like leftist content creators, right? I tread lightly around. Like I try to be a little bit more careful about, like, when it's Ethan Klein, you know, the Ethan Klein's Hassan drama has like a silver lining on it, in that oftentimes it allows content regarding, you know, the human rights travesty of our time to actually surface in a way that the algorithm usually does not let it surface. So, you know, when people can use the attention that the drama affords for good, I mean, that's a good thing. But yeah, when it's leftist on leftist drama, sometimes, yeah, TYT is not leftist anymore. I would agree. Yeah, Ethan Klein was never... Well, I mean, like, he tried to claim himself as a sock dem at one point, but even that was a little bit like, he's just fully in the, you know, he's fully in the you know, capitalist mindset.
James Summerton, and also some of the people we featured in H-Bomber Guy's video about plagiarism, including a guy called Philip Musin, right? Don't know anything about this guy. I did see him pop up apparently having like terrible political takes, but I basically said in this video it dug up like some 5-year-old drama, and then what happened is loads of H-Bomber Guy fans or people just seen the video, they viewed him calling him out again as permission to go harass him. So they would leave like comments on his wife's like Instagram page saying shit about him plagiarizing it, like it's the worst crime ever. Because that's also something that it does. It dehumanizes, it gives people the incentive to harass, and also it doesn't let them ever move on from like the supposed crime, right? And that's what I want to talk about with Sniper Wolf and Ana Kasparian, because these are people who have done bad things. I've criticized Ana Kasparian myself. Would I say these people are bad people and irredeemable people? I don't know enough about them, right? I can criticize their platform online. I can criticize their coverage online. if I like met Ana Kasparian as a stranger on the street, she could come across as like a very nice person. Even if we
Whoa.
talk about politics, we probably agree about
Whoa.
a lot of things,
Okay,
right?
okay. I let it go at the wrong minute. Let's rewind that. Let's pull that back, Kavernacle. Because you just said a bunch of stuff and I'm not sure.
Because I feel like drama helps no one because we do dehumanize people on this platform so much. And you guys might.
Okay, so I know what he's talking about there, right? That in the discussion, in the drama, in the lore creation, the transformation of content creators into memes and tropes. Like, yeah, there is some dehumanization
Debbie
that
Cliff
takes
super
place.
chatted $9.99. TYT is pretty much the John Fetterman ideology with just better views on Gaza because Senk is from the Turkey.
I would say, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a big change from John Fetterman, but yeah, it's got. I see what you're saying, right? It's that TYT head faked progressive for the longest time. I don't know how serious they ever were. It really does feel like they were just following the rest of the field, right? They were, they called themselves the home of the progressives in the beginning. Sometimes that progressive, show was them like literally just dunking on either trans people or dunking on women for looking, dunking on, um, people's looks, zeroing in on somebody's camel toe. Yeah, there was like actually, ironically enough, like TYT has got a history of misogyny, right? TYT has got a real distinct history of misogyny, and obviously with Ana Kasparian, and not just Ana Kasparian, but TYT in general, right? The further you look back, the more you sort of see that transphobia is not exactly new. That transphobia is not new at all. Whether it be using transgender as a pejorative against cis women that Jink thinks do not look feminine enough, or whether it's saying the T slur. Oh yeah, there was a video chat that I couldn't even play you. Natalie dug it up because it was TYT just T slurring all over the place. But yeah, it's kind of ironic that we're gonna, I mean, I don't know how much. I'm trying to determine how much is Kavernacle actually trying to defend Ana Kasparian here. So yeah, look, there can be dehumanization between creators. There can be people that make mistakes and are not allowed to move on because those mistakes become part of their lore. Those mistakes start to define them. And it is always good when somebody takes accountability, learns something, and it's kind of like the whole thing about moving on, though, that some people don't seem to get. Now, I think that Kavernacle gets this. He just may be missing a few things here, but like moving on starts with you learning what you did wrong, right? If it's moving on from mistakes of the past, the first thing is you gotta take accountability. You gotta recognize what you were doing, and maybe like apologize to the people you hurt. In TYT's case, I think that's really important. That isn't even close to happening, right? So right away, I am concerned that Kavernacle may not have all the information on Ana Kasparian, because if Kavernacle thinks that Ana Kasparian's, attacks on trans people were mistakes, if he thinks that they are one-offs, right? Then yeah, he's really missing a lot of what's been going on. And say what you will about the Vanguard and their coverage of Ana Kasparian and TYT, it has been comprehensive. And so, if you want to, make an argument, which somebody could make to me, do I cover some subjects more than I should? I think chat might agree with that one. I'm not sure, but yeah, like there's an argument that you could make for that, but you can't say that they haven't comprehensively covered the Ana Kasparian TYT move to the right story as it's unfolded. And, as much as, from Kavernacle's point of view, maybe that looks like a little harsh from their point of view, and they would be right about this. They've got the entire story. They've got, I think, some pieces of the puzzle that Kavernacle is actually missing.
Who are like same size as me have made videos of me, don't respond to it, because I feel like drama helps no one, because we do dehumanize people on this platform so much. And you guys might remember I made a video about James Somerton and also some of the people we featured in H-Bomber Guy's video about plagiarism, including a guy called Philip Musin, right? Don't know anything about this guy. I did see him pop up apparently.
Chat, is it bad that I have like zero, I won't say I don't have empathy for James Somerton. I just don't feel bad for James Somerton at all. Like, I didn't see, I don't know. Is that too harsh of me to say that? James Somerton? I mean, some of you may not remember who this was. James Somerton was the one of the topics of H-Bomber Guy's plagiarism video, and his plagiarism was just gross. Like, I would say that there was something a little, and I don't like to use this word too easily, but there was something predatory about the way that James Somerton cannibalized smaller content creators' videos, right? And you get the feeling that maybe at first it was just like kind of something that he was leaning on because he didn't have time to do the research that he wanted to do. But he sort of developed a method that just like, I mean, you're talking about like so much of what he put out was just, a copy. I don't know. Like, obviously I don't want anyone to do any sort of self-harm. But even the self-harm thing, like, I feel like the way that was brought forward, it couldn't be in a more manipulative way. So yeah, I don't exactly feel bad for James Somerton. Some people did. Somerton has the worst take on Utana? I never looked at that, Davy. I feel like that should go in the bonus goal. I feel like that should be a bonus topic. Is that video still up? Let me look for that. Let me see if that still exists.
Apparently having like terrible political takes, but I basically said in this video it dug up like some 5-year-old drama, and then what happened is loads of H-Bomber Guy fans or people just seen the video, they viewed him calling him out again as permission to go harass him. So they would leave like comments on his wife's like Instagram page saying shit about him plagiarizing it, like it's the worst crime ever. Because that's also something that it does. It dehumanizes, it gives people the incentive to harass, and also it doesn't let them ever move on from like the supposed crime, right? And that's what I want to talk about with Sniper Wolf and Ana Kasparian, because these are people who have done bad things. I've criticized Ana Kasparian myself. Would I say these people are bad people and irredeemable people? I don't know enough about them, right? I can criticize their platform online. I can criticize their coverage online. If I like met Ana Kasparian as a stranger on the street, she could come across as like a very nice person. Even if we talk about politics, we probably agree about a lot of things, right? But because of this online,
oh my god, no, I gotta lock in here, Chad. I gotta lock in.
Ana Kasparian myself from like the supposed crime, right? And that's what I want to talk about with Sniper Wolf and Ana.
Narwhal by nature, as someone with epilepsy who has worked as a pastry chef on in 3 Michelin star restaurants, I find his attempt to use epilepsy as an excuse for not being financially responsible not only untrue but disgusting. I don't remember that aspect of it. Fuck that person. Damn. Todd in the Shadows covered all Somerton's misinformation and lies in great detail. I'm noticing also that a number of people seem to have covered specifically this Utana video of James Somerton's. Oh wait, there's a creator named Sai that's got 2 videos about this. One is just about Somerton's take and or Somerton's video, and the other is talking about Somerton and Lily Orchard. So if you want double cursed, check out Sai's SAI's videos. Okay, lock in.
Ana Kasparian, because these are people who have done bad things. I've criticized Ana Kasparian myself. Would I say these people are bad people and irredeemable people? I don't know enough about them, right? I can
Look, I don't want to call anybody a bad person or, get personal. By the way, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. I don't want to get super personal about that. He couldn't, he said he couldn't work because he had epilepsy, and that's why restaurants refused to hire him. Oh, so this was part of his excuse. This is why he's plagiarizing people. He can't work because of epilepsy, and then I've never been turned away for having epilepsy. Oh, from God. Yeah, he had a series of excuses, right? That's always great when people come out with a series of excuses. It was like, and in case you don't believe that excuse, I've also got this excuse, and in case, like, just this whole pity party. And I didn't buy it at all. I did not buy it at all. Okay, so Ana Kasparian, right? Is she a nice person to people in her life? Maybe. She's probably really nice to Jeff, okay? I'm sure she's a great friend for Jeff. Maybe even more than a great friend. Anyway, chat, let's not speculate. Let's not speculate about Anna's relationship, platonic as I'm sure it is, with MAGA Jeff, right? I'm sure it's totally platonic. Anyway, chat, why am I going there? She might be a good person to people in her life. That's true. All right. I don't want to waste energy hating somebody like Anna, even as I see her throw all kinds of marginalized groups, trans people, immigrants, under the bus, unhoused people. Like, there's so many. Yeah, like, I mean, she's her rhetoric is horrible, though. And honestly, when I'm talking about a content creator, please understand, I am never talking, with maybe a few exceptions, right? I can't think of any, right? But I'm never talking about the person. I'm never talking about how they are in real life. I just like Kavernacle. I don't know what they're like in real life, but I can say what their content is like, and that's what I'm going to comment on. And Ana Kasparian's content is fucking awful. Ana Kasparian's content is harmful, dangerous, and the fact that she's willing to do that stuff for money, it's just like, I mean, look, that right there is kind of all I need to know.
Criticize their platform online. I can criticize their coverage online. If I met Ana Kasparian as a stranger on the street, she could come across as like a very nice person. Even if we talked about politics, we'd probably agree about a lot of things, right? But because
see, I don't know about this. Like, Kavernacle is actually to the left of a lot of like BreadTube people. So the fact that he thinks that he would have a lot to agree on with Ana Kasparian, like, look, Ana Kasparian combines kind of like the worst aspects of liberalism, intellectual dark web garbage. I got nothing, says Missing Future. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, thank you. She's a combination of a lot of really rotten viewpoints, and yes, trans exclusionary radical feminism to boot, right? Like, I mean, how one person contains so many bad takes, and look, I'll grant that they're not all bad takes. Somebody mentioned TYT's takes on Gaza are generally not too bad. Okay. And yeah, there's a lot of people that either won't talk about those subjects, or when they do, you wish that they wouldn't talk about those subjects. So, I mean, good for them, I guess, but I feel like he's missed a lot. And this is the guy I didn't really know. Wait, I don't think I did. Did I? I'm trying to remember, chat. How did I find out about Novara Media? I think he's going to talk about Novara Media. He's made a video on Novara Media. It might have been from his video. I think it was. I think it might have been from his video that I found out that Novara Media was kind of pulling a TYT. So yeah, it's and he seemed pretty aware of what he seemed more aware of what was going on at Novara Media than I was, right? So this is kind of surprising that he is, you know, missing this much of the puzzle when it comes to TYT and Ana Kasparian. And I went after black men too.
Because of this online ecosystem, I'm conditioned to believe, if I'm a leftist, she's actually the worst person ever, and I should just really, really hate her personally.
Davy
Not
Cliff
just
super
criticise her.
chatted $9.99. This is like how Libs said Rush Limbaugh was actually very nice in person and would make jokes about himself, still gross person at the end of the day in my opinion.
Listen, Rush Limbaugh, part of the reason that I am embarrassed to be an American in Southeast Asia, all right? I think some people out there know exactly what I'm saying, right? Why does nobody talk about why do we let Republicans get away with the where are we at 87 or 97? I think it's 97, right? Navarro had some pretty terrible takes because of Michael Walker. Yeah, actually Ash Sarkar too. I haven't even followed up on that yet, chat, but I was really surprised in a bad way because I have appreciated a lot of content from Navarra. I feel like before Kavernacle's video on Novara, all the stuff I'd seen from Novara was pretty good, but yeah, I mean they definitely got the anti-woke brain rot going on over there.
Positions. And that's what I want to make a distinction between today, because people will be watching this video saying,
but yeah, do you remember Rush Limbaugh's scandal? Like I'm actually trying to remember it myself. He gets stopped at the airport. He's got, what did he have in his bag? Rush Limbaugh. Viagra. Wait, was it just Viagra? I thought it was something more. Caught with wrong Viagra prescription? What? Radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh was detained at a Florida airport Monday. He was caught with Viagra that was not prescribed in his name. A lawyer said a doctor's name was on the bottle for privacy reasons. Some California Pelicans definitely had no prescription for sea algae. It apparently made them drunk. What? What the fuck is this article? They really threw a curveball. This is NPR. I'm reading to you from in NPR Morning Edition. I don't know why they're talking about pelicans getting drunk on seaweed. Was it just Viagra? The other thing about it, chat, is that like this is a married man traveling to Thailand with Viagra. And look, my imagination goes places. All right. When he was going deaf because he thought he was dying, but it was really because he was taking so many opioids that it was the first symptom of the heroin. For some reason, I thought there were opioids that he was found with too. Like a pound of Viagra. What does he need all that Viagra for? What's he gonna do in Thailand? Anyway, chat, I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Did you listen to Behind the Bastard? Oh, they got part 3 of Zizians? Oh my god. YS. I did not know that was out. Anyway, I'm getting distracted.
well, we can't criticize anyone if they're a woman. We can't criticize anyone if they're trans. We can't criticize anyone if they're a minority.
For some reason, I thought that he was found with something like roofies in the airport, but I'm looking back at the story and it was Viagra. Anyway, maybe I remember the story wrong. Yeah, Navarra seems to be repeating some very stupid right-wing talking points right now. Yeah, they're not the only ones. I've seen it on Ezra Klein. I've seen it on Pod Save America. I've seen it in a lot of places. Grateful for Rush Limbaugh because Sam Cedar started his show to respond to him. Yeah, Sam used to do this thing called Random Rush where he would cover a random... he would just tune into Rush randomly and cover whatever Rush was talking, or respond to whatever Rush was talking about. Rush was never married? Okay, I remember this wrong then. I just
distinction between today, because people will be watching this video saying, well, we can't criticize anyone if they're a woman. We can't criticize anyone if they're a lot of things, right? But because of this online ecosystem, I'm conditioned to believe, if I'm a leftist, she's actually the worst person ever, and I should just really, really hate her personally, not just criticize her positions. And that's
look, she's not the worst person ever. There's plenty of people in the Trump administration that are worse than Ana Kasparian. However, Ana Kasparian is trying to cuddle up to those people. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? That she's throwing so many people under the bus to try to get close to that Trump administration, to try to get some clout from the right-wing ecosystem. White Lotus, not White Leaf. White Lotus going hard on creepy old white men going to Thailand. That's what I'm talking about. What was Rush Limbaugh doing there?
That's what I want to make a distinction between today, because people will be watching this video saying, well, we can't criticize anyone if they're a woman. We can't criticize anyone if they're trans. We can't criticize anyone if they're a minority. That is really not what I'm saying here. I'm saying you have to be more purposeful with your coverage. Think about how your actions impact people. Think about what you're doing to your audience, and think about, are you making the platform less or more toxic? And we obviously, in the leftist space, we have people like Destiny and the Lolicon Enjoyer. These are people who go by the logic of, you can just criticize anyone and you can say terrible things about them, and you can sick your audience on like a tiny creator and know you're doing it. And that's fair game. And I think that has been...
Okay, so this is important. So Kavernacle knows that there are some people that are worth going off on. Some people that are worth going ham on, right? You know, with Destiny and Vosh. And that are actually, yeah, legitimately making the platform more toxic, and spreading a lot of hate, spreading a lot of harassment, and going after, you know, much smaller content creators. Right, so when we see somebody that's doing that kind of harassment, we don't really feel like, you know, well, you know, if somebody does, if you know, Tyler wants to do like a, you know, video number 35 on Vosh, right? That's not really, I'm not gonna, you know, criticize Tyler for that, because Vosh is a target-rich environment, and he is way too influential considering, you know, how sus he is.
been normalizing this space as well, but because some of the bigger creators have done it in the lib leftist politics space, everyone feels like it's fair game just to go after people, dehumanize them and whatever. And we just have to think about the power dynamics here. Like, yeah, making videos on Ben Shapiro, I'm not saying that's harassment or hatred. This is a vile, vile person who has a team of people making his content to push out vile policies. He represents something bigger.
Wait, you don't think Irene has seen the Geoduck video? I just showed people a Geoduck video earlier. You want to see Geoducks? We have Geoducks. Be careful what you wish for. Just like this guy, you might get a mouthful of salt water.
And if you made a channel dedicated solely to responding to Ben Shapiro, I think that's fine. If you made a channel responding to everything Ana Kasparian said, I would say you're some crazy misogynist who needs to like think about what you're doing. And on that note, when we talk about Jack's films, he made 33 videos on Sniper Wolf in a pretty short time span, and no one seemed to think this was a problem.
This is people having a very bad day. A bunch of TikToks of people having a bad day. We're gonna have a great day. I'm so excited.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna weigh in on the Sniper Wolf thing, because honestly, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about the Sniper Wolf.
It drives me crazy, and honestly, I really wish Americans just weren't online, to be honest. I think Americans and the...
That's a spicy take, Kavernacle. Wow. Look at right where I turned to, Kavernacle, saying that Americans need to be banned from the internet. I think that might have a positive effect on the overall internet. Davy Cliff with the super chat. This makes me think of the old Chapo bit about Crowder coming up to Felix and trying to joke around at CPAC and Felix just walking away. Wait, what makes you think of that, Davy?
The ideology of Americans, I'm not saying it's just them, but I think it just makes all these spaces so much more toxic. Because
look, I'm not gonna defend my country, man. They're, you know, they're toxic.
we focus on individuals rather than systems, And especially when it's people like Ana Kasparian, who, yeah, she's relevant in our leftist online space, but is she actually relevant in terms of general politics?
What? What? Literally what? I wish she wasn't. I really wish she wasn't. Look, oh wait, I'm supposed to get on the trampoline. Oh my god, chat, we hit the trampoline goal. Congratulations. Congratulations, Tramp fans. You're about to get your wish. Didn't even know about Jack's films and Cav saying no leftist had any problem with it.
I would say no. Is she even that relevant in terms of a singular leftist creator? Sneeze. I would also say no. But there's still like this big focus on her, and as you'll see, even things like
I don't get it. So I was gonna imagine that maybe what he was saying is that he sees like Anna getting more shit than Chink, and in that case, maybe the explanation would be that. Sorry, I gotta face the microphone if I want to talk. In that case, the explanation would be that maybe he doesn't know about how deep the turf rabbit hole goes with Ana Kasparian. But no, it's not about. It sounds like it's legitimately the Young Turks that he's talking about, not necessarily just Ana Asparagus. We're back on the trampoline. Back in the saddle again. All right. Sorry, chat. I'm so ADHD tonight.
Calling someone a Karen, which I don't think is inherently misogynistic, but if you
look, I'll be the first one to say.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. If Americans are banned, so should Brits.
If Americans are banned from the internet, Brits should be as well. Yeah, I don't know. Only the Brits that are doing home tours in Thailand. Miss Lena, come over here and show us the kitchen. Where's she gotten to now? Miss Lena.
Keep calling someone a Karen because they're reacting like in what you perceive as like emotional ways to your coverage of everything they do, then you have to admit.
Well, I mean, that's not. Yeah, I've definitely heard Karen be misused. In fact, I've been called Karen in. I'm trying to remember. So long ago. But it was in a way that kind of like I think the critique of Karens is important, right? Because Karens, if you're using the word properly, you're talking about somebody often, like a white person that is utilizing racism to hurt somebody, right? The sort of archetypal Karen that calls the police and there's a black male. He looks very dangerous, and like right that kind of person. It's the reason that that's such a the reason that Karens in a lot of ways like aren't funny is that's a dangerous person, right? That's a person like mobilizing racism in a way that could very well end up with somebody getting shot or arrested.
That people are starting to use this in a misogynistic way.
And like the other usage for Karen is of course somebody like a customer that tries to bully an employee, a front-facing employee, with a disingenuous complaint to the manager in order to get their way, right? That's the other definition of Karen, right? And I feel like these two things are way different than like, yeah, I mean, have I heard people use Karen in the way that Tabernacle's describing like, if somebody's getting called a Karen just for being emotional. And yeah, that is transphobic. I don't think that's why Anna is being called a Karen though. Right? Anna's going after people. Anna's not just having like emotional reactions, right? In fact, I would say that Anna's rhetoric is harmful. She's going. I feel like it fits. Like, the general definition of Karen is somebody like that is using weaponizing prejudice to harm marginalized people. I think that fits. I think that 100% fits for Ana Kasparian when she talks about nuking people's channels. There we go. Okay, so now maybe this would change Tabernacle's mind, right? With the Vanguard in particular, they recently had their channel threatened, right? Anna threatened to nuke people's channels if they exposed what TYT was saying behind the paywall as a way of trying to, talk shit on people without having to, without it being public, right? That's kind of what they do with their paywall. Does he think the Vanguard are so immature that they don't like emotional people? I don't know. Well, I mean, to be fair, he hasn't really gotten into a criticism of the Vanguard themselves
Izzy
yet.
Sanchi, super chatted $5. The way you're explaining a Karen defines Karen asparagus. Her takes about Venezuelans and homeless is very dangerous and already has been harmful.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I don't have a problem with calling Anna a Karen. And I'm even somebody that like I will say I have heard people, mostly right wingers, use the word Karen as a misogynistic dog whistle. I think that can happen. I'm not against the possibility that, it can be used like that, right? But no, I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. I think Kavernacle understands U.S. politics well, but some of his comments come off arrogant, like the U.S. should be banned from the internet. Yeah, I didn't even know that little beaver nugget was going to be in there.
And obviously, people are going to call me like woke scold, woke left and stuff. I'm a guy who's made a video about how liberal identity
I'm not going to call you a woke scold. Don't worry, Kavernacle.
politics actually has pushed us into fascism in the Western world generally. I'm not someone who is for meaningless identity politics, but I still think, and I've been seeing this for a long time, that misogyny has to be called out better on the internet. So I've got a plan. Like I said, I didn't want to just go in free form on this, and like I said, this is
I don't get my insults from Ben Shapiro. You're not gonna hear me call somebody a woke scold.
going to be a long video, and you're going to have to buckle in for the ride to get.
We're gonna buckle in. Are you ready, chat? Lock in, chat. Buckle in for the ride. It's gonna get bumpy. Tabernacle's gonna take us on a bumpy ride.
Thesis. So on my plan here, I've just got
I call him a woke scold. Or wouldn't that be a joke scold, Crotchy? Anybody in Twitch got the joke scold emote? Some of you might. I can't remember what paywall it's behind. Anybody want to post some joke scolds in chat?
The intro. So I want to talk about misogyny more before we get into the case studies of Sniper Wolf.
Look, if somebody can come up with a joke scold, if somebody in Twitch chat can post a joke scold, I will explain to you the origins of that very old emote, very classic NCC emote.
Ana Kasparian. I want to first talk about more being criticized online versus being the criticizer. Like I said, I purposely sought out hate comments today, which didn't make me feel good. But I'm doing this because I want to show you what happens. So, like I already said, when a creator criticizes someone, the comment section, whether that be a Reddit post or a YouTube video, often sees that as permission to hate on someone for whatever they say. Now, you could say this is human nature or whatever, and I'm not even putting this in the box of it's misogyny, it's racism, it's whatever, because it happens to all of us. So whenever I see, or someone sends me, which please don't do this because I just can't help but click on it, but when someone sends me something where someone's hating on me, and I read the comments, most of the time, it's got nothing to do with what I actually said. It's nothing to do with what I tweeted, and it's nothing to do with what I said in the video. What the comment section see it as, actually say anything about this guy now, and we can all like it and actually circle jerk about how much we hate this person, not because of their political positions or what they said, just because the vibes are...
Okay, I really want to know. I feel like we're missing a piece here, right? I feel like we're missing a piece of like, why did Cav go into his like the hate that he was getting, right? Um, so I will say that I understand what he's talking about. Well, let's let him cook a little bit more, and then I'll come back in. But you know,
Bad. I hate them because of the
I'm not a person that focuses on negative comments or anything like that. But I do know what it's like to be under a dog pile.
bad vibes. And often, when we're talking about things like women or racism, you have to ask yourself who is watching this content if you purposely push it out. Like, who is watching 33 videos of Jack's film criticizing Sniper Wolf? Like, what type of person's doing that? And you have to ask yourselves that the people who are enjoying this, like, very focused, I wouldn't call it harassment, but criticism of a female creator, you're going to draw in a lot of people who just generally dislike women, right? And we've seen that a lot on various different case studies around the internet, like Amber Heard is a great example.
Is he trying to compare and contrast between criticisms of himself and those of Anna? Yo, Globbits with the Prime resubscribe. Nobody's got Jokes Gold? I can't remember if that maybe that's a is like a bits I don't know, it might be one that you have from donating a certain number of bits or something. I can't remember. But thank you, Globbits. And good to see you. But no, it does seem kind of personal, right? Yeah, it's an emote. Here, let me post it again. It's an emote and it looks like this. Jokes Gold. Oh wait, look at I love how they pop up on the screen. Look at that. There's the Jokes Gold chat. Let me spam. So we get a lot of them. See, here we go. I doubt anybody in chat remembers what this emote's about even.
Of so much of that was just literally just fueled by misogyny and how much people wanted to say misogynistic things about women. Not even that they cared, what they claimed to say is they cared about male survivors and shit like that, when most of them didn't, clearly. But I want to just show you what happens when you get criticized online.
Is Jack's film a leftist? Not as far as I know. I've never heard Jack's film be political.
Now, here's one thing I also want to make the caveat of. It's perfectly fine to criticize me. I've had the comment before that I can't take criticism. I can take criticism all day. What I don't like is when people smear me and say stuff that is completely untrue. So a big one you'll see is because my take on Ukraine has never been like, oh, pro-NATO, I love the Ukrainian nation state, because I'm a guy who made videos about Ukrainian fascism before the war, right? I wasn't going to suddenly pretend Ukraine was some bastion of peace and democracy and it wasn't some oligarchy that had massive far-right elements in it. And because I didn't use the invasion of Ukraine to start banging on about how much I love NATO, I didn't like NATO before, I didn't when this happened, I still don't like it, I didn't change my position, right? But I'm also someone who has constantly criticised the Russian government. I've talked about how a lot of our Western countries are actually making themselves into basically what Russia is today. I've always called it capitalist. I've never said Putin is a good guy.
Well, he's right about that. You know, the model for oligarchy that Trump is following is sort of similar. And the kind of like looting of the looting of the government. I mean, like obviously the United States doesn't have the kind of a lot in the United States has already been privatized and nationalized, but yeah, no, there's definitely a looting going on with Elon Musk and Trump.
Guy like ever. I have never done this. I've criticized leftists who love Russia. I've made videos recently
Jimmy Dore
about why Russia is bad. Big perception that I somehow love Russia and I love Putin, but because I don't agree with like lib leftist Americans on Ukraine is a big one, and that's frustrating to hear because I support Ukrainian.
Jack's Films isn't engaged in politics publicly, at least. He is pro-trans, has lots of furry fans, etc. Not mostly his fans being the hateful ones.
Self-defense against Russia. I support Ukraine's right to self-defense. I don't support the Ukrainian government generally. I don't really support any capitalist governments. Also, I'm someone who thinks a peace deal should have been done for a long time, and I think a peace deal should have been agreed.
Okay, so he's got an experience with people making criticisms of him. Sounds like, that like, things like that he was pro-Russian or something like that, and he's like he knows he wasn't. So now this definitely happens, right? Especially if you get into it with a bigger creator. Um, People can, and Ethan does this a lot. Like people will repeat things about you, and that are not true. But if they've got a bigger platform and a bigger voice, then it's like they kind of become de facto true, right? People start to believe them. They start to take a life of themselves. You get constant like questions of, why did you do XYZ that you never did, right? So I mean, I get where he's coming from. This does sound like it's maybe a little bit personal. And somebody in chat said also there was, his girlfriend had a criticism of him that he's sort of, carrying over into this.
Probably about 2 years ago, because in my opinion, and someone, history degree, has a master's in international relations, often when you are taking like the academic look at international relations, removing emotion and removing your own like political ideology, and also looking at other case studies like, let's say, Iran, Iraq in the 1980s, you realize sometimes, even though it's a shitty solution, even though it's not the ideal one that everyone wants, sometimes the compromise has to come, because it's always going to come, and what you're going to do by compromising is save lives, right? But because that isn't the same opinion as Americans' favorite streamers, people think I love Russia. So that's a big one for me. And it's hard to see that. And it's hard for people to constantly say that, because loads of people then think I'm someone like Jimmy Dore or Jackson Hinkle. I'm someone who likes the Russian government, when I hate capitalism and my whole channel is anti-capitalist. But it doesn't matter. People are happy to smear me because I don't one for one align on their favorite leftist streamers' takes on geopolitics, right? And like I said, I'm
Okay,
perfectly...
so yeah, I don't know. This is really sad because I don't think that like I don't think the Tabernacle is like a Putin fan or anything like that. But I also think there's more substance, way more substance from what he's saying, from what it sounds like. There's way more substance towards the criticisms of Ana Kasparian being a trans exclusionary radical feminist, for instance, being very sympathetic towards a lot of disgusting, you know, hatred against immigrants, against unhoused people, all kinds of, vectors of oppression. That shit's real. That shit's actually real. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why Kavernacle is seeing himself in Ana Kasparian, because to me, the two are very, very distinct. Like, I don't see any comparison of Kavernacle. Like, I would never put him on, you know, like a parallel with Ana Kasparian. And in his mind, in terms of having things that aren't true said about you, but in my mind, as far as doing the kind of harm that Anna's done with her rhetoric, taking, like, I mean, there's something predatory about their turn to the right.
Fine for people
And that's not something I see from Kavernacle at all.
to disagree with what I said about Ukraine in the comments. Disagree with me right now. I don't care. Do that. That's perfectly fine. If you're going to go in the comments and start saying, I love Putin and I love Russian capitalism and imperialism or some shit like that, then that's going to piss me off, because it's not true. And I have a whole body of work on YouTube that proves that's not true, even stuff I've said about the conflict itself. But if we go even further with this, just random comments, and I'm not going to tell you what video it's from. I'm not even going to date them. So they're just random comments. I'm going to go through some of them. Often these spaces where you criticize people are just permission just to say whatever you want. So that moron thinks Putin is a communist or something. Nice to have a legitimate reason to dislike this guy aside from his annoying voice. I had to stop watching his channel because his takes were so facile and the condescending whiny voice made me want to claw out my own eardrums. So I stopped watching the Kavernacle a while ago. He veered massively out of his lane and started commenting almost entirely on US culture and politics with a very poor understanding. He seems to base his entire understanding on pop culture and internet culture. Also, I now live in Ireland, and I get annoyed when he drags his Irish heritage into things. He talks out his arse about Ireland, and it sounds like an American from Boston who's never left the US. He just doesn't understand nuance, and if he gets so much wrong about the two cultures I have contact with, I don't trust his read on his own culture. Kavernacle literally said he wouldn't be friends with people who like Lord of the Rings because that movie is fascist. I'm not even joking. On Blue Sky, he was saying liberals and leftists were stupid for supporting Ukraine. He lost me when he told people not to vote. If I recall correctly from his past videos, Kavernacle has admitted to most of his lifelong friends being right-wing, and he refuses to give up with friendships over their politics. So this video feels like
most of his lifelong friends being right-wing.
Internal justification he relies on to maintain the cognitive dissonance in his own life. So obviously, some of those comments I read you are like criticizing just general things I dislike with me, right? And obviously, a lot of these comments, they're not related to the argument I was making in the video that is criticizing me, right? So many of these videos, they show something I said, and the person who makes the video criticizes it, which is totally fine. But as you see, a lot of people take that as, I am then going to go say other things about him, and like he makes leftists look bad, he's a moron. But also at the same time, I just want to like show you how this goes like a bit crazy. So someone from America to criticize an ethnic Irish person like myself of being a fake Irish person because they personally don't feel like I understand Ireland because they moved there, when I don't think this person is actually Irish, is actually a bizarre thing to say as well. Like, yeah, maybe I do bring it up too much.
I mean,
but I would say I understand Ireland better than most people who don't actually live there. And to criticize me for this is just like another weird thing. It's like, how is that relevant to the video? How's that relevant to the video? Here's what I'm talking about with the distortion. I never said I don't want to be friends with people who like Lord of the Rings because their favorite movie is fascist. I never said Lord of the Rings as a movie was fascist. I said in the video that I think sometimes Lord of the Rings being your favorite movie is a bit of a red flag, and it makes you
I'm trying to sympathize with him because I understand what he's talking about what it feels like to have things said about you and propagated that are not true, and when they get spread so widely that they're taken as the truth. I know exactly what you're talking about, Tabernacle, right? I might have even experienced it a little bit more acutely than you did in another time in my career. But I also know that I got kind of stuck on that. And I superimposed that grievance on everything else that I was covering, and I made my content worse for it. So yeah, as much as I can sympathize with what he's talking about, it does feel like he's getting... Does anybody else feel like this? Not trying to be mean, but I think he's getting a little lost in the sauce here. And I'm saying this as somebody who, got lost in the sauce myself at one time.
Interesting to me, so I don't think we'd be friends based on that, because I want you to have a bit more interesting like takes on stuff, right? I didn't say it makes you a fascist or the movie is fascist, but then it just makes me look crazy. Like, it makes me look crazy, and it's obviously someone's misinterpretation of it. Another one, he was saying liberals and leftists were stupid for supporting Ukraine on Blue Sky. Literally, I've never said that. My take was basically, why are liberals and leftists all freaking out about a peace deal for this war? And now as time has gone on, it's become so normalized that everyone is talking about it. I said this like a month ago or something, right? I didn't say leftists are stupid for supporting Ukraine.
Davy Cliff with the super chat. I can respect almost everywhere else not caring about the nuance of USA politics, but you're British, you speak the same language, and your imperial class is in the your imperial class in the imperial core too.
Ukraine, because I support Ukraine as well. I said I didn't understand why people just want perpetual war forever with no actual like proper end goal in sight, right? Another one as well is, again, people uncharitable and misinterpreting you and then spreading it to everyone else. I never said my friends were right-wing. My friends aren't right-wing. What I actually said was most of my friends don't talk about politics, and we don't talk about politics generally. They're not bigot.
I only said that. But my friends are all right.
They're not right-wing, they're not Tories, I know that for a fact. Only a few of us actually talk about proper politics. So they could have some views I don't like about certain things, but I just don't know, because These are all my childhood friends. So we grew up together. We're friends based on our shared upbringing, not on our shared politics. But someone has taken that and told other people, yeah, Kavernacle has loads of right-wing friends, and I've seen other people say this as well, and he never calls them out. So he's trying to justify to himself when he says you shouldn't demonize all Trump supporters as like Nazis and stuff. He's just trying to justify his own relationships in his head. Again, you can see here, firstly, how this can drive you mad. Because when you're getting criticism that you might not agree with anyway, right? So that can be irritating, but that's totally fine. Like I said, I'm all for criticism. But when all the comments start talking about like random shit like, oh, the Kavernacle is not actually Irish because now I live in Ireland and I disagree with what he says about it. Or the Kabernacle's got a whiny voice. Or the Kavernacle is a moron. He tells people if you support Ukraine, you're bad. He loves Putin's Russia. And he does all these things. If you're going on a criticism video of me anyway, you're probably more susceptible to listening to takes against me. Then you read the comments and you see this, and then someone reads that comment and they start saying to other people, oh, well, apparently he supports Russia. Apparently he does this. Apparently he does that. It just becomes really maddening to people, right? And why I show you all that is not to just like spend time rebutting criticism of me and stuff like that. It's to show you that not because of the creators, but just because of general comment section, it descends into a circle jerk of I hate this person because of this, and I'm not actually going to engage with the video. I'm not going to engage with this person's criticism. I'm just going to say a random thing like Kavernacle supports Russia, and he told everyone who supports Ukraine they're idiots. And then people read that and they believe it. And what eventually happens, if you have way more haters than you do supporters, all this shit just becomes your law and everyone thinks it. And for me, the Russia stuff has been something that people have been saying to me for like 3 years at this point, because I wasn't like Slava Ukraine and putting a Ukrainian flag in my bio. People just generally believe that about me now. And that's something I can't even get out of, even if I consistently criticize the Russian government and even call out conservatives in America and supposed leftists in the US. Even if I call them out for loving Russia, it's never going to be good enough for people, because apparently I don't support Ukraine enough, according to lib leftists in America. So yeah, I'm just saying and pointing out to everyone, it can make you genuinely feel crazy. But like I was saying, the power dynamics are also important as well. So take everything I just said to you about the misinterpretation, all these comments saying certain things about me, right? That's one thing. Now imagine the videos are being made by a creator who is way bigger than me. Like when I used to get hate comments from conservatives who made videos on me when I...
Oh my god, good catch there, Dark Sparkle. He's doing exactly that to the Vanguard right now. He's never watched their videos, never engaged with what they actually say. It does seem to be, you know, most of his point here is... A lot of what his point is the number of videos, right? Rather than going through any of the videos and telling us what he dislikes about them, or where he thinks that maybe the Vanguard went over the line, or whatever. It's just it's the volume. I think his main complaint is the volume of the number of the videos that they've made on Ana Kasparian.
was a small channel. Now imagine people are hyper focusing on everything you say and do, and maybe like once a week, twice a week, they pick apart something you say and you go to the comment section and it's all just this insane stuff that's nothing.
You know why, chat? 'Cause I'm good.
Related to the video, even if the creator who made this has the purest intentions and the purest criticism, even the hyper focus on you is going to just start whipping up these types of takes. And we've seen this with other leftists who've made consistent videos on just random small creators, and what happens is this person just becomes some sort of meme character in their streamer lore where they call them like terrible.
See, I know exactly what he's talking about, and I feel for him if he you know, like it sucks as a content creator. You're trying to do one thing, and the lore that people create around you is taking you in a different direction and making you be seen as somebody like utterly different than the content that you're making. I know exactly what he's talking about, right? Has Cav only spoken to white American leftists? I don't know. You know, he doesn't do a lot of collabs. I mean, neither do I, but
things, and they have no defense, and they weaponize their own audience against these people. And if we take it on bad faith, they do it because they have ill intent. And even if we take it on good faith, like these people are unaware of the power dynamics, at the same time you do read the comments, you do realize a lot of people who have problems with these creators you're making videos on, they do just enjoy saying shit about people or enjoying a downfall or enjoying a spate.
I do feel bad that he's I'm kind of seeing that it sounds like he's dealt with a lot, right? And it's easy to like look at somebody and say like, oh, you're getting bent out of shape by the comments, but like I said, if somebody's intentional, they're cultivating, their community, they're cultivating, their content in a certain way, and they're constantly having to swim against the goal should be 127. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you for doing the math that I fucked up on. It's weird being knowledgeable about some subjects where you feel smart a little bit, and then having other subjects that you just feel like the biggest dits in the world. Like, chat, if I was to like talk to you about the inner workings of a car, I couldn't even I don't I don't know anything. I don't know the difference between a V6 and a V8 and like all this stuff, right? I don't know anything about cars. I think at one time I knew how to change oil, but I've forgotten that now. And having to talk about something that I don't know that much about, it makes me feel quite silly.
Where they can freely say anything they want about someone they don't like, and there's going to be no criticism, there's going to be no rebuttal. It's just going to be a big circle jerk about how much you hate X, Y, and Z person, and you've been given permission in your head. You have permission to just be terrible to that person. Now, let's move on to the misogynistic angle.
Okay, wait. Let's give him credit.
Misogyny, racism, transphobia.
Let's give him credit. That does happen, and I hate that. And I don't want it to be like that, right? I mean, I've gotten into ugly, ugly drama with people um that I kind of wished that I could pull back from, talk it out with, that I feel like didn't need to be that personal. I mean, I guess I've made it personal at times. I did say that one content creator was tasked with changing Dylan Burns' diaper. I mean, that wasn't exactly nice, but I didn't mean it like that. But I'm not having a go at the dude's age.
Phobia. I feel people view it in like a very black and white way. And I was actually talking to my girlfriend about this before I made this video. And she would happily say to people, I will call you out on your shit if you say something I think is misogynist. And
yeah, that probably went too far. That was probably not nice to say.
Something she said to me recently, she was like, oh, are you sure like your hatred of female singers isn't motivated by like misogyny? Like, are you sure? And this is because obviously I've made a video about Taylor Swift and I was saying some shit about Chapel Roan.
Okay, so this is him talking about his girlfriend, calling him out for a video that he did, on Chapel Roan.
And I was like, why does everyone suddenly like this person? Like, I really don't get it. Not really commenting on the singer, more about like just consumer capitalist pop and how it feels like when something's new, suddenly every single person just likes it. So Sabrina Carpenter, Chapel Roan, Taylor Swift, it feels like they get popular and then it just hits this crazy height where everyone just loves them just because they're popular. It just feels like this knock-on effect.
Okay, I will say that's relatable, Cav. That's relatable. I myself used to be a hater as well. Yes. It sounds like he's a hater. That doesn't sound like, a misogynist. Like, I've definitely hated stuff that was popular seemingly just because it was popular. I don't know.
And when she said that
I got over it.
Me, I was like just thinking, is any part of it that is motivated by some sort of misogyny? I was just thinking about how often I see these women, like without looking for them, I don't listen to their music properly, and how much I'm aware of their songs despite the fact I don't listen to their music, and thinking about how just social media or just their popularity pushes this all on me. And here's the thing as well, I'm happy to entertain the thought that some of my dislike for these pop stars could be tinged by misogyny. Because I know I'm not perfect, and as a straight white man growing up in a very misogynistic society, I cannot escape misogyny. and I'm basically born into it.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I mean, I guess if he finds that all the, artists that he truly hates happen to be women, maybe there's something there. It's definitely something that can be um like an unconscious bias.
And what is
But
part
I don't know if he is, if this is an issue, for him here, or if it sounds to me like he's just a hater, though, right? Or, in this, instance, right? I mean, nobody's like a one-dimensional, you know what I mean? Nobody's one-dimensional, right? But in this case, right, when we're talking about popular music,
of being like,
can I do a little hate here? It's not real. Okay, I don't actually feel this way anymore. But I never really understood why Skrillex blew up the way that he did. Like, I don't hate Skrillex. I have occasionally maybe enjoyed a Skrillex song or two, but the way that he dominated, it just I don't understand. Of all the dubstep out there, right? Skrillex.
whatever identity you are is unpicking a lot of the biases you pick up. For like someone like me, it could be racism, transphobia, misogyny. And although I can say to myself, I
I mean, this is probably a horrible take. There's probably somebody out there that can explain to me why Skrillex is a true artist, and I just miss the genius that's there.
loads of female artists. Some of my favorite musicians are female artists as well. I can convince myself that I'm not misogynistic because of that, but even that doesn't really mean anything. It just means that
The one with Nero, I like exactly two. Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about.
my barrier of misogyny is that them being whatever identity doesn't
Now, Cruella, on the other hand,
stop me from liking their music. It doesn't mean that I'm totally clear of misogyny, but it's just the process you go through like throughout your whole life with a lot of these things. And lots of people don't like to admit this. And I'm totally happy to, because I come from a place of we're looking at systems and not individuals. I don't think if you were better on these things growing up because you were exposed to like more progressive politics, that you're a better person because of it, because you didn't have a choice. What's important is you realize your biases and you keep unpacking them. And another one I was talking about with my girlfriend today is like with trans rights. It's not up anymore because the BBC claimed it, but I made a video in like 2017 responding to these Christian parents who took their kid out of school because there was a trans student, right? And I was talking to my girlfriend just about like my view on trans rights as someone who wasn't really exposed to transgender anything growing up. Like I didn't even know this was really a thing growing up. And a lot of people in the UK have said to me, my age, who is the visible trans representation for us? We didn't really have that. And I said, in terms of trans women, I was saying that I always accepted trans women as like, yes, you are a trans woman, like that is totally fine and acceptable, and I'm so here for like you to fight for your equality. But if I was honest with myself, I still saw it as like this separate thing. It's a trans woman, and there's like man and woman, and there's trans man and trans woman, right? And it was a lot of me like educating myself, unpacking my own like biases towards like gender and everything, to go through this period of like accepting that trans women are women, like legitimately. Like I said, even with racism, I spoke about this in the past, like my over focus on like Islam as in my atheist days is probably a result of the people I would listen to, like Sam Harris, and people who were racist, and I just didn't realize it because I would intellectualize my own prejudices, same way people might have done with Jordan Peterson back in the day, like intellectualize their own misogyny. So why I'm trying to make that all clear to people is when people do stuff that could be either misogynistic, interpreted as misogynistic, or whatever, it doesn't mean they're always doing it with malicious intent. And it doesn't mean we have to like cancel them. Or when I'm calling out creators like, let's say, Jack's Films or creators at the Vanguard, it's not me saying these are terrible people who are massive misogynists and who all hate women, because I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a spectrum. And if I made 33 videos on one female creator, firstly, I would never do that. But secondly, also my girlfriend would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you focusing on this one person for the crime of reacting to TikToks that they don't credit the original user for, right? Like,
I don't know why I find it funny that he's talking about Sniper Wolf here. Okay, let's skip to the Vanguard related segment. You don't have time to watch this whole video, but we'll watch the relevant part, and then we'll see what the Vanguard have to say in response.
More in my realm as a second case study, and that is Ana Kasparian. So I checked for myself. I have made 3 videos on Ana Kasparian. We need to talk about TYT. I'm disappointed. Anna, Jenk, and trans rights. Why so many people are leaving the extreme woke left. This was
Wait, I don't think the Novara one was even about TYT.
focusing on an interview she gave like 6 months ago, and why Novara Media could be the next TYT, and I talked about Jenk and Anna. So in one of those videos, I focused on Anna specifically. On the other 2, I focused on both of them. And what I went out of my way to do, as someone who did have this respect for Anna, especially growing up, is I tried not to make it super personal. I tried to make it, as much as possible, not an excuse for people just to say terrible things. You guys will know I don't like drama. I don't normally like call individual creators out on our side. I just don't like doing that. But at the same time, of course, not that I've read it recently, there's probably comments in there saying pretty terrible stuff about Anna, and that's something you just cannot stop when you're making a video on someone. But also, I would feel really icky if I just kept making videos on Ana Kasparian, because it comes to a point of like, why are you even doing this in the first place? Now, again, I'm not calling out these people like some sort of active misogyny.
I gotta say, I feel icky every time I cover Ana Kasparian, but it's because it's Ana Kasparian. And she is, in terms of the content that she does, in terms of the propaganda that she pushes, she is not a pleasant person. She's a very toxic person. Like, yeah, I don't think I could. I mean, I have covered TYT several times in short succession, but I remember really disliking it. I remember hating, like, there's only so, like, the way that there's only so much Ana Kasparian you can listen to.
And that's the Vanguard. And if you type in that Vanguard Ana Kasparian, they've made loads of videos.
But, you know, if they want to watch what she says and deconstruct it, I mean, that's cool.
On her, especially as
she see, like, that's not, like, it's not my...
has reacted more to them. So as they've made more videos on her, she's commented on these videos, and they've made more videos on that, and it's just like a self-perpetuating cycle of they say something about her, she doesn't like it, then she reacts, they keep making videos, and the narrative they have with this right now is that it's just basically making her more insane. Now, I'm not going to go through their comment section, and I don't know how...
I feel like maybe my Ana Kasparian thumbnails are possibly worse. I don't know, chat. Wait, is that... sounds like I'm flexing on the Vanguard. No, I'm not trying... but, mine are worse. Yeah.
How much they moderate it, but if you want to, for yourself, go on one of these videos and look how far you have to scroll to see the word...
Oh, that's a good one.
Calling her Ana Karen Sparian, or just calling her a Karen or something like that.
She's got so many, like, just hateable looks. And look, here's where the real toxicity comes, right? Anna being hateable is actually something that drives views, right? Because there's an audience for a for commentary on, like, you know, kind of media commentary. I'm just like searching for the word here. Media commentary is what you would call this. Vanguard talking about Ana Kasparian. This is a niche of content. There are many niches of content, including the one that Kavernacle occupies. But this one is criticism of media. And that's taking off to a certain degree, right? That's getting views. I think Kavernacle comes to this later, right? That idea that Anna on the thumbnail, Anna in the title is going to be correlated with a greater number of views. And from what I heard from the Vanguard, yes and no. But there's a reason for that, right? This is what I always say about the Ethan thing, right? There is a reason that these videos are things that people want to watch, right? And a lot of that reason is driven by Ethan Klein himself, in the same way that a lot of the reason that people, are clicking on an Ana Kasparian thumbnail is because of the stuff that Ana Kasparian has done. And that if she were to stop, I don't even want to, say and apologize, because I feel like she'd, in her mind, that's like me dictating her, perspective, and this is what the Max Left does, right? So whatever, have your own perspective, but at least, at the very least, you gotta stop like going after trans people, unless you want there to be a narrative about, you going after trans people.
That, and like I said, I don't think Karen is inherently misogynistic, but they are, even with their thumbnails, playing into this frame.
Wow. I love that.
In that Ana is some unstable emotional woman who is being triggered because the Vanguard are making such excellent arguments countering all her transphobia or right-wing or more conservative talking
Excellent argument, Cillian Belly.
points now in regards to like immigration or crime and stuff. The thing is, if Ana Kasparian is going crazy from this criticism, a lot of it is not to do with the criticism. It's to do with the over-focus on her talking points and all the comments all saying stuff about her. Because
What do you even think? I'm not sure, because here's the deal. Ana Kasparian did not get angry, I don't think, when she got pushback. Am I right about this, chat? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got this mixed up. But I seem to remember her being angry about somebody saying birthing person. I remember that being the start of the cycle. Am I wrong? Right? This wasn't, people being angry at Ana and her responding in kind. This is the opposite of that, right? This is Ana, just for no fucking reason, like attacking kind of the most vulnerable people, some of the most vulnerable people out there, right? In terms of the groups that she goes after.
100%, just like with myself, there's going to be so many comments in there which have misinterpreted what Ana said or took it in bad faith or didn't even really listen to what she was saying, and they're going to be spreading rumours about her, making her seem that she is worse than she really is. Now again, these guys who make these videos, they probably don't see it this way. And I've heard them actually say this. They say, it's fair game, it's YouTube. This is how YouTube works. You make call-out videos on each other. That's how it's always been, and TYT have done it themselves.
Look, I mean, even with the, like, look at the leftist mafia and Ana Kasparian, right? That didn't really blow up from the leftist mafia. Like, they were fairly charitable to Ana Kasparian at first. And, with the exception that Olamide wasn't going to let, kind of the bullshit go completely unnoticed. But yeah, the response to that and everything else, it's been, I don't know.
And yes, of course, TYT also have these main characters, but also you have to realize sometimes the power dynamic. So to the Vanguard, they're thinking, TYT's got 6 million subs, we've got 100,000. Surely there is no power dynamic at play there. But I think if you think there isn't, you're really overestimating both how popular the Young Turks is and how popular Ana is as an individual figure, and how popular she would be if she left TYT, I don't know, to start.
So you're overestimating Ana. His argument here is that Ana does not matter? Well, you can't be accused of being overly complimentary of the Young Turks, right? He's basically saying the Young Turks is over.
Her own YouTube channel.
I feel like yes and no, right? They're not as viewed as they used to be, but they're still very well known. And being well known gives them access to a lot, and you've seen them do a lot of, content on other channels with other media figures.
Maybe she could be really successful. I just don't think she would even reach the top tiers of leftist YouTube at this point. And also, it comes to a point as well when you're a certain creator.
So it's weird, like in a way, yeah, like in terms of TYT's views, like they're not as many. I don't know, chat. How far down are they? Can anybody want to verify that? Give us some perspective on exactly like how hard TYT has crashed. It's hard to keep track of like where they were in terms of being a YouTube channel that gets a ton of views and where they are now.
Not many people make criticism videos of you. There aren't that many videos criticizing my talking points because of my size, right? So if someone started making videos on me regularly,
So 2,000 people watching live, is that pretty normal for them?
would probably notice, because either their audience would come to me and start saying stuff, or some person who doesn't care about my feelings would send me the video itself. And if that happened, it's obviously going to get in your head. Like even some of the videos and comments I watched today, it's getting in my head because I'm like, what, does everyone think this? Like, does everyone think this about me? Does everyone?
We're back to the comments again. Damn. I mean, I really do, sympathize with him. Like I know that, it's not the comments, right? I think from what he says, it's the idea that this absurd thing has supplanted the truth in so many people's minds. And yeah, that's hard to deal with.
Think I've said this, and the misinformation is what can drive you crazy more so than the criticism, because when you're watching a criticism of yourself from another creator, that's just like you and them. Okay, I made a video, you've called me out, and you've criticized what I said. Now I'll go to the comments. Is there anyone expanding on what this criticism was? Oh no, everyone is just saying random shit that has nothing to do with the video, and loads of people just venting their hatred for me just because they feel like this has given them permission. Now, there aren't too many women in the leftist YouTube space, and yeah, the Vanguard are on friendly terms with people like Emma, and I think they had Francesca on as well. At the same time, like I said, it's a scale. Misogyny is a scale, and just because you're a man who's a feminist and a man who supports women's rights and all that stuff doesn't mean you can't have blind spots. And I'm not trying to say they can never criticize Ana Kasparian again, but I think the way they had the conversation around her content, and also how they talk about her sometimes as well, and maybe the over focus on her specifically, it, again, like the sniper.
Anybody else think it would be helpful if there were specifics that he had? Right, because I just hear this vague thing of like, you do a lot of videos on Anna and think about your content, right? But like, what I'd love to know, like, what moments, what statements, what he thinks he's done that is exemplary of this.
Stuff. It relies on a certain degree of misogyny, and I think it takes a certain degree of misogyny to think about this content and not have a second thought about what are we really doing here. Because again, if you read the comments on these videos, there are obviously people.
Okay, so Play Something says, according to their Social Blade, their monthly views on January 2024 was 40.3 million. In February, they were at like 15.5 million. I always worry that they are going to somehow like latch on to a right-wing audience, because I've seen it happen to really marginal figures. Like, chat, Big Papa Fascist, aka what's that guy's name, Andrew Wilson, right? He used to be a just very marginal figure not too long ago, and I don't know if it was like Tim Pool or some other podcast that like kind of blew him up, but yeah, he's like, when the right wing found that dude, he got fairly big fairly quickly.
people leaving substantial
Of
critiques.
course, he's he's a little bit more right wing than Ana Kasparian. Let's just put it that way.
Anna, or substantial problems.
This is the guy that made up Shaky Gurga, Chad. If you think you don't know who Andrew Wilson is, you do. He's the guy that said that Hassan was associated with Shaky Gurga.
Most of the comments are like one line. And I'm someone who's criticized Ana Kasparian a lot. And I'm someone who does not agree with her.
Wait, what?
Pivot. I do not agree with a lot of stuff her and Jenk said.
What?
I think they're completely...
What's going on here? Wait. This is the... Okay, professional crying Karen. I've gone from unsubscribing to not watching to adjusting my settings to prevent TYT from appearing on my YouTube. I miss John's work, but I'll get by. She's really gone full Karen now. She's threatening to speak to the manager. Okay, so calling her a Karen, I guess, is that's what Tabernacle's pointing to as being indicative of the topic and the way that Anna's covered driving misogyny, right? That's the claim.
Someone who's criticized Ana Kasparian a lot, and I'm someone who does not agree with her right-wing pivot. I do not agree with a lot of stuff her and Jenk said. I think they're completely misusing their platform, and I don't actually understand what the point of their platform is at this point, because I don't think it's actually helping anyone, right? At the same time, if I saw Anna and Jenk on the street, if Jenk was like my football coach, if Anna was a colleague at work, would I think they're a terrible person? Would I think they're a terrible person who's deserving of like obsessive video critiques on them? And I get it.
What do you think? Jenk, Anna are co-workers, right? How do you feel about them? Are you okay with them as people? Davy Cliff says Cav is kind of infantilizing, in my opinion, right now. Is this Mott and Bailey? Wait, what's he doing that's a Mott and Bailey? Thank you for the super chat, Davy. Manic Mermaid Ash says, I think part of it that makes it work is because they are relatively unknown. TYT established itself and made a legacy as a leftist platform, so it's gonna be easy for them to just abandon the values people thought they believed in. Yeah, and there's signs like going back that maybe they didn't believe in some of those values.
Media personalities, right? They spew stuff every single day for hours and hours. At the same time, we have to think about the relevance here is we can all agree they're not that relevant. And even let's compare TYT to the Humanist Report. Look at the view counts between them now. Like, TYT is dying and it's becoming less and less relevant. So what essentially Ana Kasparian is becoming in leftist YouTube, I don't think it's the
lol cow
correct term, but it reminds me of like lol cows, like Boogie, right? I don't know if I'm using it right, but it's like someone just becomes a character to make fun of. So no one's making videos on the left now saying Ana Kasparian has great take on this. It's she's unhinged, she's crazy, she's doing this, she's doing this. Oh my god, she's a.
Well, no, they're making those they're making those videos on the right. That's actual Justice Warrior that's making that video. Yeah, right. She's literally getting. Does he know about this? Like I said, it doesn't seem to have translated into the TYT's numbers, but they are getting a lot of shout outs from right wingers. They are getting a lot of cheering, a lot of love bombing from right wing figures. And that might have the effect, if they can play this Dave Rubin act, well enough, somehow ingratiate themselves to the right. And not get canceled, because people don't realize that is that the right will. I mean, Laura Loomer's already come after her, right? Like, the right definitely has its own like intolerance of centrism. I'm just trying to speak up against MAGA. Think part of that makes it worse is the part that makes it worse is because yeah. I agree with Debbie Cliff. She was a woman. In As a woman, it's very annoying the way that he is making this about misogyny. Misogyny would be treating her with kid gloves because she's a woman. Limau. They criticize her the same way they do Jink. Or yeah, that's well, I mean, maybe a little bit more so than Jink, but she kind of does a little more than Jink. She is a little extra in a way that like always feels like her like sort of leading the dance to the right, and Jink is definitely following.
And it's very sensationalized, and I can understand how that actually does make someone go crazy. So if she is actually going crazy from all these videos, I totally get it, because I nearly went crazy from reading all these comments today, and that's just one day of reading random
Sitting Cow says, try not to get loomered.
Comments on Reddit and YouTube. I don't expose myself to this, and I don't go looking for it. And again, we have to remember, even with someone like Ana Kasparian, she's been in this space for way longer than us. So she's been subject to this for years and years and years. And we have to take this into account sometimes when we're criticizing someone. Like, how much are we dehumanizing people, and how much are we relying on things like misogyny or racism or transphobia or whatever when we go after people with bad ideas? And how bad are they that they're worth certain things, right? How bad is Sniper Wolf really? Does she deserve 33 videos that just drum up loads of hate against her? I would argue no. Is Ana Kasparian so bad she deserves so much focus compared to everyone else? I would also say no. Yes, criticize her, criticize Jenk, criticize their bad.
Look, in my mind, it's that they did aggregate a decent sized audience of conservatives, and they are attempting, through the sort of parasocial relationship that they've forged with this audience, they are attempting to drag that audience with them to the right. So if you were to look at them and strategically as a player in a game of football, you would see them kicking the ball towards the goal for the right, moving people from the left over to the right. That's what they're doing. And not only is that worthy of criticism, it's harmful. I mean, I don't know. Like this is contrary to the goal, to our goal, right? If you're playing for
bad takes. As a leftist as well, you must realize, over focusing on individuals, especially individuals who don't really represent anything. Like, who do Anna and Jenk represent? What system do they represent? What type of politics do they represent? Like the fading world of like naive centrism. I don't know, something like that. Is it something you should direct a lot of your focus onto? And also, one more thing on the Vanguard, and I'll speak.
Unfortunately, they do sort of represent I call it the Kasparian effect. Like it's, you might not know this, living away from America, but there is a phenomenon in the larger cities that I call the Kasparian effect. I call it that because it is, somebody who is kind of like upper middle class or richer, that lives in an urban area and that has found themselves leaning more and more to the right wing in politics, out of hatred for unhoused people, the perception of there being crime even when crime is down, a general, I don't know, siding with the developers, right? I don't know, that's more specific towards Anna herself, right? But you got the idea. And it exists in almost every major city in the coast. In fact, when you're seeing those numbers, like you did in the last election, where New York and California had actually more people voting for Trump, these are the people that are voting for Trump. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily Anna just yet, but I feel like it will be. I feel like we don't have, in the not too distant future, we'll be there. And it's a bad thing It's worth fighting, I think. I do seem a little bit glitchy. Sorry about that, chat. I am a simulation, I guess. A little bit of a artificial intelligence.
Because they're a smaller channel, the views on their Ana Kasparian videos usually do better. And also their views are really good.
But not an LLM. Okay. I won't scrape your data.
And as someone who makes a full-time living off YouTube, primarily on ad revenue, their success recently with their views, I do think there's a degree of audience capture. And as a creator, you always have videos you know are going to do well. So if you have a couple bad ones, you can
audience capture. Okay, so he thinks that the Vanguard have just gotten into this lane.
just throw one out. So for me recently, which is weird, I made one on the Cybertruck a while ago. And it did really well. And suddenly people want me to make videos on the Cybertruck. So I have that in my mind.
I mean, this is called a niche. This is a thing in YouTube called a niche. And I mean, there are niches and then there are micro niches. There are niches of niches. And yes, Cybertruck or even Elon Musk. These are niches. Some people make their channel that specific to attract a specific audience. So
if I make a video every 2 months or 1 month about a Cybertruck or Tesla, that will do well. And because it's my full-time job, that will help with my monthly bills or whatever, right? So there also is the financial aspect of you have this lolcow and she brings in views. So yeah, the channel hasn't done so great this month. 2 videos on Ana Kasparian at the end and we'll be sorted. And obviously, it's not just the Vanguard doing this. It's not just anyone. I think sometimes as creators, especially on the left, where we're meant to be more sensitive to these things, are you making the world a better place? Are you making the space a better place? Now, my main criticism of the Lolicon enjoyer is he made the online leftist space so toxic by doing shit like this. Him and Destiny.
Oh, Vosh.
Going after anyone. And
I mean, this is true.
Trying to silence basically anyone and ridicule them. And often it was from marginalized groups. It was female creators. It was black women. It was trans black women and stuff like that. They were going after them when these...
Well, no, he's definitely right about Vosh and Destiny, right? That's true. I just don't... I mean, like right there, you should kind of recognize the difference between, creators like that and...
People would often have
Vanguard.
20k subs, 8k subs, and not even an engaged audience. So it just becomes a punching bag for you and your audience to take it out on someone you think deserves hatred and deserves insane harassment. And here's the thing, right? If Ana Kasparian had a major breakdown live on air on TYT, major breakdown, and she starts ranting about the Vanguard and ranting about people who overly focus on her, would the coverage be sympathetic is what I'm trying to say. If Sniper Wolf had a mental breakdown live on Instagram or YouTube because of Jack's Films calling her out, would people be sympathetic? People would revel in both of those things. They would revel in it, and the coverage would not be, let's think about what we're doing here. Let's hope she thinks about what she says and what she does, and we're going to, think about how we cover this because clearly there's some issues here and we're actually affecting someone's mental health. We both know that's not going to happen. And it's just a general dehumanization of other content creators, but also a general dehumanization of marginalized groups and women online. And I think if you're not, you have to be aware of what is fueling that when you excessively focus on an individual rather than a system, or focus on an individual as part of a broader critique. Like I said, with James Somerton and H Bomber Guy, that's a perfect example. With Sniper Wolf and Ana Kasparian for these two YouTube.
Here's how I view it, okay? They do make a lot of video about TYT, a lot of, media criticism on that specific network. Is a little bit more of it kind of focused on Ana? Yeah, maybe, but it's because of what Ana does and what Ana says. There is a difference between Jink and Ana, in terms that, whatever ground that they are, whatever trail that they are blazing on the right-wing pipeline, Ana's always out in front. Ana's always pushing them further to the right. And then Jink eventually comes along with her. But, she's a more compelling character, I guess. I don't think it's because of misogyny, though. I think there's a substantive difference, right? Like on one level, I would say that Jink is more boring than Anna. Like, I mean, he's kind of a clown, and sometimes that's funny, but more often than not, it's just boring. Whereas Anna is, it's not that like she's ridiculous in a whole nother way, I guess, than Jink. Man, it would be wild if Anna had a major breakdown where she ranted about unhoused people and minorities and trans people. That would be absolutely wild.
YouTubers, I don't think that's a good example. And just like those comments I read where, they're saying stuff about me that's not true, I know this video is not going to be taken the way I say it. I know people are going to say,
oh no,
Kavernacle says you cannot criticize women online.
Oh no, well look, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth here, Kavernacle. Trying to go on what you're saying, not embellish.
I'm going to see that comment for ages. The Kavernacle says you cannot criticize marginalized person online. I'm not saying that. And I've criticized Ana Kasparian. I've criticized her on Twitter. I've criticized her on YouTube. I've made my own YouTube videos about her saying these things. But there's a way you do the critique. There's a way you talk about people. And there's a way you think about the proportionality of what you're doing. Does this person deserve these videos? Does this person deserve this obsessive focus? Does this person deserve...
Oh my God. I feel like there's a lot of people out in the audience saying yes, yes, and yes. Am I right?
Endless critique. Does the person's punishment fit the crime of having politics you disagree with, but largely having like liberal politics?
I don't even think it's that much punishment. I honestly feel like this is what Anna's going for. This is part of her strategy. She's antagonizing the left. She's stoking the criticism. She wants the criticism. And what is the criticism useful for? Maybe making her more interesting to a right-wing audience so that she can give that narrative that I was canceled by the left, and look at all the left-wing people that hate me. Look at all these ultra leftists. I'm just trying to be, have some common sense, right? And these ultra lefties are so intolerant. Hey, maybe I'll be even more right wing just to spite them. That's her game. It's a silly game, but I'm not entirely sure it won't work. That's her gambit. She wants to get that right wing base from being seen as in conflict with the left.
Right? Is that the worst crime in the world we're judging on YouTube? I'm not trying to impose my morality on every single person. Do whatever the fuck you want, but I'm trying to have the conversation that we have to think of each other as people, and we have to think about why people say certain things, and we also have to think about...
I think the thing that he's completely missing is there is something strange about this, content interaction, but it's more like how they're... It's the opposite of what he's, saying about, somebody being ruined or lolcowed or whatever off the internet, right? The Vanguard, yes, are getting something off of covering Anna, but Anna is actually getting something off of the fight with the Vanguard, and that is right-wing street cred, and that's exactly what she wants. So if anything, the really interesting analysis here is the degree to which, the people that completely disagree, actually having, kind of a mutually beneficial exchange in spite of, how vehemently that they disagree, right? It's, that's what I find interesting.
Is our attacks against certain people, do they necessarily deserve this? And do they deserve this focus on a singular person? So anyway, that is it for the video. I'd be really curious to know your thoughts. And yeah, I know people will see this and they have every right to react to it. Again, I'm not saying, especially the Vanguard, who do collaborate with a lot of people I've collaborated with. I saw they had Mike from the Humanist Report on a couple of times, like someone I've collabed with multiple times. Not saying they're bad people, not saying they're terrible misogynists who hate women. I'm just saying we have to kind of, as men especially, keep thinking about how we are conditioned to feel about certain groups in society and keep unpacking that, and hopefully have people calling you out on it. And if this serves as me calling someone out on it and making them at least just rethink this a tiny bit, that's good. The same way I'm grateful with my girlfriend calling me out on my stuff sometimes. So I'm like, I would never think about that. And only from your female perspective are you even having the red flag of, you know, for example, the female pop star stuff. Like, oh, maybe you overly focus on them. Like, why is that? And I think that's an important thing we should all keep
Anna's not the victim here, right?
doing. So that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think.
The victim are the people that she goes after. The victim are the people that she demonizes. The victims are the people that she's constantly punching down on. That's the real victim. And when you're doing analysis, you can't miss that. That's an important detail, right? That it's because it's really easy to carry an ideology. Eh, It's really, or to fall into, I guess, a kind of idealism when you're when you lose track of who was attacked, first, who this action is really about, why this is even an issue, right? None of this would ever have been an issue had it not been for this, cynical turn that Anna and TYT took, turning on groups that are already under assault and being dehumanized in a million different ways. That's what I think he missed, right? All right, so here is Zach and Gavin's response to Kavernacle. I think they were on vacation or something. They were off the air for a while, and this was their first video back, their first stream back.
Let's go.
More in my realm as a second case study, and that is Ana Kasparian. So I checked for myself. I have made 3 videos on Ana Kasparian. We need
so this guy also makes anti-TYT videos apparently, but he does them in the correct way. This is how you're supposed to do it, Zach. If you want to criticize the Young Turks, take notes, guys. This is the respectful, polite, and classy way to do it.
Let's talk about TYT. I'm disappointed. Anna, Jenk, and trans rights. Why so many people are leaving the extreme woke left? This was focusing on an interview she gave.
I don't know how Kavernacle could cover stuff like the I mean, I guess it's all the way back when when she was first saying the birthing person thing. I just don't understand how you would miss out. Like, you would think that Ana Kasparian, she lost her way, she made some mistakes, she's gonna apologize, and she's gonna want to move on with her life, and we should let her. And it's just like, I don't see that.
Like 6 months ago,
I don't see. I feel like a year ago, there were people saying that they hope that Anna, can turn it around. They hope that someone can reach out for her. I feel like nobody talks about that anymore. And the reason is that it's not happening. It is not happening. There is not going to be a another pivot for the TYT. They are doing what they are doing intentionally, whether because they believe it ideologically, or they think that it's going to be beneficial for them in the long run financially, or any mix of the two. Right? They are headed right, and they are not coming back.
And why Novara Media could be the next TYT, and I talked about Jenk and Anna. So in one of those videos, I focused on Anna specifically. On the other 2, I focused on both of them. And what I went out of my way to do, as someone who did have this respect for Ana, especially growing up, is I tried not to make it super personal. I tried to
Is that a gonzo symbol on the poster? Yeah, I think so. They're into, at least one of them is into Hunter S. Thompson.
make it as much as possible not an excuse for people just to say terrible things. You guys will know I don't like drama. I don't normally like call
Can we pause it?
individual creators out on our side. I just don't like doing that.
Yeah, so this guy's
I didn't realize how classic this was. Now, first of all, I don't like drama.
problem is that we do media critique, and that's what it always boils down to, right? This guy is like, I don't like talking about drama. I don't like talking about people on all side, right? It's like, yeah, well, I do. So you can cry about it.
But the thing is, Anna's not on our side. And the Vanguard, you know, even if you thought that, you know, maybe they're going along with it, what is like on some kind of audience capture in content that some people are viewing on along a misogynistic sort of lens, even if you thought that, there's still more on our side than Ana and TYT.
At the same time, of course, not that I've read it recently, there's probably comments in there saying
Like, that is literally the, you know, kind of thing that somebody could recognize, you know, if they were being a little misogynistic and apologize for and go in a different, you know, try to be different. Like that's the exact kind of thing. If somebody accidentally, like you were saying, you know, if your, you know, videos were inspired in any way by misogyny and you recognize that, like you're kind of expecting us as the audience, Kavernacle, to accept that. And I do, you know, if there was any misogyny, you seem to have recognized it and be you know, trying to adjust your content in accordance, right? That's the example of, you know, somebody who can come back, as opposed to, you know, Ana Kasparian, who's not showing any sorts of signs of that. She is hurting people. She knows what the fuck she's doing. She has been on the opposite side of literally the birthing person debate. There is a video of Ana Kasparian arguing the exact opposite. You know, you could put them face to face, old Ana and new Ana, and they would have an argument in contradiction to each other. I think it's hard to argue that they're not conscious of what they're doing.
saying pretty terrible stuff about Ana, and that's something you just cannot stop when you're making a video on someone. But also, I would feel really icky if I just kept making videos on Ana Kasparian, because it comes to a point of like, why are you even doing this in the first place? Now, again, I'm not.
The reason we're doing it is because it's working. It's working. It's working, bro. We've been doing this since way before you caught on that TYT was selling out. We have now, from my fucking house, almost taken down a 6 million sub network that was using the name of progressivism to lead people to the right, to launder the reputation of fascists, to lead people astray. And guess what? I'm not going to bite my tongue because, oh, these guys say they're progressives and all my progressives do. Hot chop. Let's have a couple of cold brewskis and pretend we don't disagree about nothing, huh? Like, that's not how I roll, okay? I am a media critic, okay? So I make my living criticizing media. Okay, the fact that your whole beef is that I opened my mouth about somebody who has a D next to their name instead of an R next to their name lets me know that this is an irrelevant criticism. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting too much, but this is
also, like, you know, I think, you know, he starts by saying I had respect for Ana Kasparian. I don't understand why they're making so many videos about her. Well, do you not watch the videos, bro? Like, because we talk about it constantly, why we make the videos and why it's relevant to talk about. We constantly address that. And part of the reason is because of Ana's ideological evolution. I also used to have respect for Ana. Of course you did too. Of course we all did. That's the point, bro. That's why it makes this such an interesting case study, specifically because she spent so much time talking about Dave Rubin and his ideological evolution and calling out Jimmy Dore for his ideological evolution.
Did we get the berries and...
You know, it's all in this context and it's constantly discussed.
Calling out these people like some sort of active misogynist, and that's the Vanguard. And if you type in that Vanguard Ana Kasparian, they've made loads of videos on her, especially as she has reacted more to them. So as they've made more videos on her, she's commented on these videos and they've made more videos on that. And it's just like a self-perpetuating cycle of They say something about her. She doesn't like
It's really
it.
breaking news.
Then she reacts. They keep making videos. And the
called
narrative they
YouTube.
have with this right now.
And like I'm saying, she's not exactly benefiting from that exchange yet. I think from this side of things, she looks ridiculous. But make no mistake, she's not doing it for you and me. She is auditioning for a, a job on the right.
Is that it's just basically making her more insane. Now, I'm not going to go through.
And I like how he doesn't actually address the nature of her
Like,
comments.
I don't-
Says, well, she makes a comment.
I think she likes that there's somebody on the left criticize. I think this is part of their plan. This is part of their rightward turn.
They do a video on it, and then she comments on that video, and then they do another video upon it. But it's like, it's not like she's just saying anything. It's not like she's just talking about the kind of tea she drank for breakfast or what she had for lunch or some shit like that. It's not like we're just attacking her over nothing. Let's actually examine some of the comments and question. The last one we did a video on was her threatening to nuke our channel, and not just our channel, but any smaller YouTube.
Yeah, I was just saying this is what's ironic about the criticism, right? That the time that the criticism comes is directly after Ana tried to or threatened to take down their channel for covering some of the members only content that where they kind of try to hide things behind a paywall.
Channel that criticizes the Young Turks by reacting to members only content from their bonus episode, which by the way constantly also gets posted on their main channel. That's the sort of commentary we're reacting to, not just threats against our fucking livelihood and our channel, but also smears of our friends and colleagues. Literally people.
Well, that was what I was saying, Crotchy, is like like one thing that was missing from this all was like, okay, so which things that the Vanguard said do you have a problem with? Because instead it was just this general thing of like, what they're doing, when they're making videos about a woman, it's lending itself to misogyny. And I mean, like I said, that's possible, but you'd want to show some examples.
We've had on this show multiple times, people like Lance, who was just on, people like Emma Vigeland, who was just on last month. Ana has been lying about these people who, again, are our friends, but more importantly than that, are our ideological allies in this fight against Donald Trump, MAGA, the establishment of the Democratic Party, neoliberalism, and fascism. So yeah, I have a beef with you if you're lying about those people, smearing their reputations and degrading the legitimacy of their very sound arguments as you simultaneously hype up the right-wing bad faith actors.
Yeah, exactly. It is the necessity.
Yeah, Fallen Gemini, that's true. I think TYT is trying to audition for the right, but the right ain't buying. Only actual justice warrior, but he clearly has a crush on Ana.
Of liberal media critique, left media critique, right? And I guarantee you this guy doesn't give a fuck if you go and spend all day long talking about Tim Pool. I don't think he would care if you spent all day reacting to Dave Rubin videos, making hundreds of videos about Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro or any of these other loud, obnoxious commentators on the right who do nothing but spew vile bigotry basically all day long, nonstop, right? Well, guess what, guys? Sometimes people on the left decide they want to get in on that gravy train too. And then we, as people who follow left-wing politics,
sometimes they want to swim through the gravy.
Listen to all of these, contributors, these people who make content for a living, who have a direct, at least professional relationship with people like Emma Vigeland, like Lance from the Surfs, like you mentioned, but also other people like, Hank, who was a guy that was working for TYT that's now making a documentary about how they busted his union. Okay, did you do any commentary about that? No, of course not, because you're too busy trying to be like, oh my God, we can only talk about the Republicans over here. Don't you know that's improper manners, my good guy? And it's like, bro, we're allowed to talk about whoever we want. And, we were reacting to that.
Wait, was that the Kavernacle? Is he doing the Kavernacle? Was that
Bill Burr clip the other day?
Is that what chat was saying? Berries and cream?
Talking about how, the left is killing any real resistance to Donald Trump and Elon Musk because they can't get out of their own fucking way. You know what I mean? Like they went too far it pissing people off, and now nobody wants anything to do with them. It's like we have to learn from that, right? You can't just pearl clutch. You can't just be like, oh, you can only talk about things the way I want you to talk about them, right? This guy wants to portray us as like a bunch of misogynist antagonists, and that's fine. We
Oh my god, yeah. Manic Murder made Ash Destiny versus Destiny, but Anna edition.
can beat that case. We can beat that allegation. You guys know us. You know what we're about. I was raised by women. Okay. All the best people I know are women. All the people I admire most in this world are women, right? Pretty much in real life. You know what I mean? Besides Gavin. And you know, I just don't have that in my heart. So I just don't really take it as a sincere criticism.
Yeah, well, let's let him make the case against us, you know, before we respond to it, because you have yet to be confronted with the evidence that, in fact, Zach, you are a sexist.
Here we go.
Through their comment section, and I don't know how much they moderate it, but if you want to, for yourself, go on one of these videos and look how far you have to scroll to see the word calling her Ana Kasparian or just calling her a Karen or something like that. And like I said, I don't think Karen is inherently misogynistic, but they are, even with their thumbnails.
I love those thumbnails. That is a goofy ass look on both of their faces.
Playing into this framing that Anna is some unstable, emotional woman who is.
She is. And the reason why people are calling her a Karen in our comment section is because she's a fucking Karen. You know what Karens do? They try to call the manager. You know what Ana Kasparian just did? Tried to call the manager on us. Literally. She threatened to get YouTube involved and copyright strike us into oblivion as a YouTube channel for reacting to TYT content, even under the guidelines of fair use, because it was members only, but honestly, really because we were being critical of it. She's a fucking Karen. And yes, she's also currently emotionally unstable. And that is manifesting in her unhinged behavior on air and her bullshit right-wing commentary. That's the reality of the situation. Sorry that we're recognizing it.
Is being triggered because the Vanguard are making such excellent arguments countering all her transphobia or right-wing or more conservative talking points now in regards to like immigration or crime and stuff. The thing is, if Ana Kasparian is going crazy from this criticism, a lot of it is not to do with the criticism. It's to do with the over focus on her talking points and all the comments all saying stuff about her. Because 100%, just like with myself, there's going to be so many comments in there which have misinterpreted what Anna said or took it in bad faith or didn't even really listen to what she was saying.
So
and
what?
They're going to be spreading rumors about her, making her seem that she is worse than she really is. Now, again, these guys who make these videos, they probably don't see it this way. And I've heard them actually say this. They say it's fair game. It's YouTube. This is how YouTube works. You make call-out videos on each other. That's how it's always been. And TYT have done it themselves. And yes, of course, TYT also have these main characters. But also you have to realize sometimes the power dynamic. So to the Vanguard, they're thinking
The power dynamic posit. That's the most. This guy is so.
Wait, did we miss this part? I don't remember him saying that like the Vanguard had a power dynamic against TYT.
He's trying so hard to be sophisticated and smart, but he has no argument against us other than the fact that, like, I'm a good liberal and lefty, and these guys are unserious because they make jokes, they crack jokes, and they call themselves Silly and Billy. Bro, we call ourselves Silly and Billy. Okay, they have 6 million subscribers. You have over double the amount of subscribers that we have, and you're still out here pearl clutching for Anna, 6 million subscriber, okay? And you're also acting like we send Anna emails, like we follow her home from work, like we're antagonizing her constantly. Like you don't get to make a living broadcasting your thoughts and then being free of other people's responses to those thoughts, right? Like the same
I stepped away during this part. Damn, I have bad timing.
way that you're allowed to make this video about us and we're allowed to respond to it. And I would never ever say, I'm going to nuke your channel because you tried to make, like, that's stupid, right? That would be ridiculous. But like that, it is how YouTube works. That is the ecosystem that you're functioning on. And this is not a place for you to be like, I'm the only revolutionary around. It's like, if you look left and look right and you're like, I'm the only revolutionary around, it's because you're making freaking YouTube videos in your house.
Yeah, and this is crazy. We're going to go back a few seconds because Zach understandably, you know, got excited and cut in, but he's literally about to explain how in this power dynamic, we're the ones with the power.
I gotta hear about the power dynamic. This is wild.
And she's somehow the victim, like we're a boss and she's like a lowly employee or something crazy like that, even though this is a like 40-year-old woman deep into her professional career, co-host and executive producer of a huge channel with millions of subscribers, but we're somehow, again, the victimizer. Somehow there's a power dynamic here that is you know, it's, yeah, you guys can take a look. This is crazy, though. I don't understand this argument.
subs, we've got 100,000. Surely there is have these main characters, but also you have to realize sometimes the power dynamic. So to the Vanguard, they're thinking TYT's got 6 million subs, we've got 100,000. Surely there is no power dynamic at play there. But I think if you think there isn't, you're really overestimating both how popular the Young Turks is and how popular Ana is as an individual.
You're welcome.
And how popular she would be if she left TYT, I don't know, to start her own YouTube channel. Maybe she could be really successful. I just don't think she would even reach the top tiers of leftist YouTube at this point. And also, it comes to a point as well, when you're a certain creator, not many people make criticism videos of you. There aren't that many videos criticizing my talking points because of my size, right? So if someone started making videos on me regularly, I would probably...
Wait, did I leave it on the Geoduck?
Either their audience would come to me and start saying stuff, or some person who doesn't care about my feelings would send me the video itself. And if that happened, it's obviously going to get in your head. Like, even some of the videos and comments I watched today,
It's so bizarre because he doesn't actually really address any of the substance of the criticisms we've made of Ana Kasparian. He's just like, yeah, it would also drive me crazy if someone started criticizing me and being really mean to me.
Geoduck into Rogan's nips? What have we done wrong?
But it's like, you're not guilty of what Anna's guilty of, the Kavernacle. Like, I don't watch this guy's content all that much, but he's definitely not guilty of the sort of commentary that we've criticized Ana Kasparian for. He doesn't engage in this sort of like fear.
Well, yeah, I give the example that he used, saying that he had been, his girlfriend thought that his commentary on Chappell Roan and Taylor Swift was maybe had some like unconscious misogyny mixed into it, and he took that criticism to heart. And right, so yeah, he's embodying in that story the person that can kind of be forgiven, right? The person that has done something that is in his words or in his story was fucked up, and learned from it, right? That's kind of the opposite of Ana, though.
Fear mongering about crime, this pro-police propaganda, this transphobia, doing segments about Trinidad Ragua a month before the
Agua
election, thoroughly red pilling her audience against the left.
Yeah, it's hard to underestimate how much work Ana and Jink were doing for Trump, even before they were officially team, nationalist, populist, whatever.
Right before a pivotal election, right? Kavernacle hasn't done any of that. So why would someone make videos? Why would someone criticize you relentlessly? I don't understand how this is even a valid defense of Ana, because he's not bringing up any of the specifics of what we've said. He's just acting like it's invalid inherently because he used to be a fan of Ana and he thinks we're being too hard on her. It's like, okay, well, I'm sorry. You can go watch fucking Democracy Now!, bro. You don't have to watch our show.
Yeah, his whole argument is these guys say they're on the left and they talk about Ana Kasparian too much for my taste. It's like, bro, you're not a showrunner. You're not our producer. Like, I probably think that, you know what I, and again, I'm sure this is a really nice guy, but he has the energy of the kind of dude, like, it's like you meet him at a party and the first thing he tells you is he's a feminist. Like, it just kind of like is a little bit of an eye roll, this kind of critique that he's offering over here. And the other reality is he talks about how Ana's not, competent or successful enough to make it on her own. I would call that misogynistic, right? I left a comment on this from the Vanguard account trying to be thoughtful. And I was like, bro, the knee-jerk reaction to coddle and infantilize this woman who is not a damsel in distress, but a professional broadcaster with 15 years experience talking about politics, the need for you to lie in traffic for her because a channel with less than 100,000 subs decided that we were going to be critical, not just of her, but of that entire network. We've made countless videos about Jank using the same kind of up-close video thumbnail style that you've decided is Karen-coded and misogynistic. We've made videos of John Iadarola. We've made videos of Jordan Ewell. We've made videos of Francesca Fiorentini. We've made videos all about the network because the whole theme of our channel was doing left media critique, right? And we realized that we were going to be able to seriously disrupt the reputation of this network that was laundering right-wing talking points to their audience and also pretending to be audience funded when they were not. So this is actually a corporate media critique. Imagine that you have decided that you are going to lie in traffic because we criticized a female host on MSNBC or CNN. You know what I mean? And we routinely do that because they routinely get up there and sling mud at the trans community. They routinely get up there and sling mud and throw dirt on the unhoused community. They blamed the Los Angeles Palisades fires on homeless people smoking drugs on that network. Okay? They have taken all kinds of unsavory corporate cash. We have an obligation as media critics to call that out and to dispel those lies. And I'm not going to bite my tongue because this white woman gets her feelings hurt. That's crazy. And to his point about how it would get to him if people made content about him every day, bro, grow up. When we had 28,000 subscribers and I had quit my job for the first time, we had about half a dozen channels that were 3 or 4 times bigger than us talking about how we were dirt on the bottom of everyone else's shoe. Revolutionary Blackout Network, Do Dissidents, fucking the Jimmy Dore Show. We had people calling us out when we were fucking peanut sized. We lost all of our subscribers, basically. We cratered. All of our Patreon support went out the window because we challenged Jimmy Dore. We were like, this guy's a grifter. This guy is leading people astray. We didn't care. We doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on it. And we had people making hateful content about us all the time. Why? Because it's YouTube, dog. That's what the fucking road is. You know what? You play it. Can't take the heat. Stay out of the kitchen, bro. But
Yep.
that's the way it
100%.
is.
And if you think we lied about something specifically, then fucking bring it up and disprove it. Show people how we lied. But what's with this vague pearl clutching over the tone and the people in our comments accurately identifying Karen Kasparian as a Karen? Like, get the fuck over yourself, bro. That's crazy. But let's keep watching. And again, I'm trying not to be mean because this guy seems very nice and his heart seems so in the right place. But
They've hella overreacted. It was all for tepid, mild criticism, and then they just lashed out at me. I don't understand. I'm a Brit person. I've got to pear clutch. You know,
It's getting in my head because I'm like, what, does everyone think this? Like, does everyone think this about me? Does everyone think I've said this? And the misinformation is what can drive you crazy more so than the criticism. Because when you're watching a criticism of yourself from another creator,
we've never spread misinformation about Ana Kasparian. She, however, has spread misinformation about some of her critics to the left, people like Emma Vigeland and Benton Dixon. We've debunked those lies, but we do not traffic in misinformation. We don't
Look,
spread it.
You 100%. If you're saying that they're spreading misinformation, you 100% have to tell us what misinformation, right? There's no point in making, I didn't even catch this, right? But there's no point in making that claim if you're not going to tell us what the fuck you mean. Like, what was misinformation? What does he think misinformation? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to imagine. I'm not making the assumption that there is, I just can't think of what they have said that would be misinformation. Like, what part of the legend of Ana Kasparian do you think is not true? Right? She lives up to it, unfortunately.
About the people that we criticize.
they said I worked on Wall Street on air at the Young Turks, which is hilarious. I have fucking hand and finger tattoos. You think they're hiring me on Wall Street? That's crazy.
Yeah. And by the way, if we ever do spread misinformation, like the closest we've ever come to is a clear joke about like, oh, Anna drives a Porsche or something. Like, okay, maybe she actually drives a freaking Maserati. Sorry. But, obviously.
She drives a Corolla. I think so do I. That was the joke.
Sir, that's just like you and them. Okay, I made a video, you've called me out, and you've criticized what I said. Now I'll go to the comments. Is there anyone expanding on what this criticism was? Oh no, everyone is just saying random shit that has nothing to do with the video, and loads of people just venting their hatred for me.
I really don't understand how he's connecting his experience here, which I said I feel bad for him about. I really don't understand how he's connecting that with Ana Kasparian. Like, literally, like, I don't understand. What does he think it is being spread about Ana Kasparian that's a lie, right? Everything that I've seen comes from stuff that she said, comes from stuff that she's done. Nobody's putting words in her mouth or, mischaracterizing what she said. What she said is bad enough as it is.
Just because they feel like this has given them permission. Now, there aren't too many women in the leftist YouTube space. And yeah, the Vanguard are on friendly terms with people like Emma, and I think they had Francesca on as well. At the same time, like I said,
but we are friendly.
Scale. Misogyny is a scale. And just because you're a man who's a feminist and a man who supports women.
He's like, so all the other women in the media space that Ana Kasparian has smeared, lied about, and demonized, all those people are cool with Zach and Gavin, but misogyny is a scale, and this is still somehow unacceptable, even though these other women in the space who I'm speaking for have no problem with it and have literally endorsed it, literally fucking endorsed the commentary that we give by appearing on our show or by retweeting us on Twitter positively, by reaching out to us behind the scenes. None of them have had an issue with the tone, except for you, bro. You are literally speaking for women here, and I'm sorry, but it's kind of a white knight move, bro. It's kind of a cringe male feminist thing to do when there's like a group of women who aren't actually pissed off about a thing, and you're like, hey, I'm pissed off on behalf of these people who aren't even pissed about this thing in the first place. Well, hey, guess what, bro? Thanks for the fucking advice, but we'll take it from women. We'll take this criticism from a fucking...
I mean, I'm sure Anna is pissed, and I'm sure she, she's probably accused them of misogyny. Wait, has she? Am I remembering that correctly?
Woman, from someone who has some skin in the game, not from your virtue signaling, pearl clutching ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much across the board, besides Ana Kasparian, we have a great working relationship with all of the women in the breadtube space. And we have an open door policy. If any of these guys who make content like this, if you have a comment or a question about the way that we presented something, like my girlfriend's a reporter, she's a woman, right? Sometimes I say shit on this microphone and then I go downstairs and I talk to her and she tells me she fucking disagrees with it and she didn't like the way that I fucking phrased that. And then I have that in my brain because I do care about criticism that comes from women. But like, I'll take it from Emma, I'll take it from Crystal Ball, I'll take
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
it from, somebody in my life that I care about, not this guy who is desperate to be like, I'm the biggest feminist bro. It's like, no, dude, like, okay, like, touch grass, please. Like, go kick it with some people in real life. Like, Jesus Christ, the dehumanization of YouTubers. Like, you have a sanctions on Israel sign in the background. Does that not make you feel a little tone deaf? Like, and I can already tell all this guy's pushback, right? Like, you guys don't make serious enough content. It's like, no, dude, because you want to make the same exact kind of...
Wait. I don't know. Is that gonna be his pushback? I mean, he didn't. Anyway, are we getting a little ahead of ourselves here, Zach?
Content that dozens of other people are already making. I can already tell all this guy's pushback, right? Like, you guys don't make serious enough content. It's like, no, dude, because you want to make the same exact kind of content that dozens of other people are already...
Like, if he feels that way, he hasn't said so yet. His criticism was saying that you were like audience captured and that you were doing content that lends itself to misogyny, I think, right?
Already making, and people are already making that content. You know what people aren't doing? Media critique on the left. That's why you're losing your mind about it. And I also just think,
and this is what I was saying. This is a lane that's opened up. This is a type of content that there's you got to sort of understand that content exists in a prominent place because there's an audience for it, right? There's an audience for media critique right now, that is, it's just like, what videos, what topics are getting views. Dr. Bone Helda, you just, thank you for the gift membership to Human Without Borders. Human Without Borders, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
And get tougher, dude. Like, I'm sorry, the comment section is gaslighting you. Like, don't read it. Like, close your eyes. Like, just fucking turn that shit off and go for a walk with your homie. Smoke a joint. Live. The sun is shining, dude. Like, you cannot live your life obsessed with YouTube comments. It is a privilege. It is a privilege. And I just need to remind everybody that's been doing this on air for too long.
Yo, they cut him off because he was...
It's hard work.
He got suppressed by the deep state.
I'm not denying that. I do it every day with Gavin. We don't have a single employee. We do everything ourselves. but it's still a blessing, dude. It is such an insane privilege to be able to just do a YouTube show for a living. Even though you put all your blood, sweat, and tears into it, it's a gift to be somebody that gets to do this for a living. And so if you have to take a little shit from people who disagree with you in the comment section, like, grow up. Don't let them gaslight you. Have some conviction.
Yeah, and also it kind of bugs me how he keeps talking shit on our comment section. Now, in multiple points, he's acted like everyone in our comment section has, no substance. They just want an excuse to be mean and to bully Anna and be sexist. I don't see that at all in our comment section, bro. And I read most of the comments left in our videos. Obviously, sometimes you see people that are just like being hyperbolic or they're being like a jerk to be funny. But for the most part, people are posting substantive comments about their own experience with the Young Turks, what it means to them to see this evolution in real time. Like, I don't even see that in our comment section. So that's also pretty annoying. That he would imply that about our community. That does make me a little bit defensive and protective over what we've built over here. Because it is a lot more than just a bunch of angry misogynists that want an excuse to bash on women. And obviously he's presenting a little bit more nuance than that. But to reference our comment section in that light is a little bit aggravating to me.
And we still haven't gotten to hear any of our actual takes.
Yeah, he has yet to directly, dispute or debunk anything.
Women's rights and
They picked up on the same thing.
all that stuff doesn't mean you can't have blind spots. And I'm not trying to say they can never criticize Ana Kasparian again, but I think the way they have
thanks for the permission,
around
bro.
her content, and also how they talk about her sometimes as well, and maybe the over focus on her specifically, it, again, like the Sniper Wolf stuff, it relies on a certain degree of misogyny, and I think it takes a certain degree of misogyny to think about this content and not have a second thought about what are we really doing here? Because again, if you read the comments on these videos, there are obviously people leaving substantial critiques of Anna or substantial problems.
Karen Kasparian has lost her damn
Most
mind.
of the comments are like
That's
one
his
line.
best.
And I'm someone who's criticized Anna Kasparian, substantial critiques of Anna or substantial problems.
Karen
with
Kasparian
her.
has lost her damn
Most
mind.
of the comments are like
That's
one
his
line.
best.
And I'm someone who's criticized Ana Kasparian a lot. And I'm someone who does.
Again, what the fuck, bro? You're going to leave out the context of this video. This is a video where we talked about Ana Kasparian threatening us on the Young Turks live, threatening our channel, threatening to call the manager, threatening to nuke us into oblivion as a channel and copyright strike us for reacting to their content, for stealing their content. I mean, this is completely outrageous, bro. I'm sorry. I like this guy. He seems cool, yada, yada, yada. He seems like his heart's in the right place. But now you're just being dishonest, bro. Now you're just smearing us and our audience and not referencing the video that this comment section is under, where she literally was acting like a Karen. What the fuck do you want people to call her, bro?
Yeah, exactly. And let's just take a look at some of the videos that we've made over the years of Jank and Anna. Let's see what kind of, because he's too afraid to show you guys. He showed you guys 3 thumbnails. Because he wants to portray it like we never make Jank look bad and we're only interested in being a misogynist. So here's the thumbnail Gavin made for Jank debating Sam Cedar, low rent grifter, right? The leaked audio, bozos. He doesn't show you guys this one, right? Where we make Jank look silly. We make Jank look silly here.
Well, Zach, what the audience doesn't know is that not only are we inherently misogynist, but we're also misandrist. I hate men too. That's why I make Jank also look like a bloviating idiot. So guilty as charged.
Yeah, it's crazy, guys. It's absolutely crazy. You have to be able to criticize the left. You have to be able to criticize the left.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, I like that person, I'm on their team, I'm not going to criticize them, because it makes any critique that you offer of the right seem totally.
Okay, I gotta disagree here. Ana Kasparian is not on the left. That's what I disagree with. Continue.
Totally, irrelevant. It doesn't hold any water, because you are just playing team sports at that point. You're not actually, participating in.
Doesn't hold any. Yeah, I'm glad you said it that way instead of it doesn't hold any team. You're just playing water sports at that point.
Valid criticism, right? And again, if this guy thinks we talk about Ana Kasparian too much, like, That's okay. The reason we talk about Ana Kasparian is because we're actually having a meaningful effect on changing the progressive media landscape right now. And we're using that to fund bigger and better opportunities for ourselves and our audience, where we go deep into places like Magaland, where we explore public transit in this country, where we look at the national parks in this country, right? Where we, really sink our teeth into. Okay. And you're providing zero content you're providing zero. What's the word I'm looking for?
Context or
Like
No idea.
fucking A. No, context. I kept wanting to say context. I had a little brain hurdle there, but anyway, no context.
Yeah,
we can
for
cut
sure.
that tangent out of.
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. And he's
they left it in.
just like, looking at fucking YouTube. These aren't even that mean of comments. He's sitting here pearl clutching over YouTube comments, and these aren't even that mean. They call it Ana Kasparian a Karen. Like, no one even used a naughty word. No one even said.
And look, the thing is, like I said, there's not really anything untrue that's being said about Ana.
Bitch or like the C word. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't even that fucking bad. And either way, let's
One of them literally says really quickly though, I've gone from unsubscribing to watching to just adjusting my settings to prevent TYT from appearing on my YouTube. I miss John's work, but I'll get by. How is that antagonistic or unhinged at all?
And I'm someone who's criticized Ana Kasparian a lot, and I'm someone who does not agree with her right-wing pivot. I do not agree with a lot of stuff her and Cenk said. I think they're completely misusing their platform, and I don't actually understand what the point of their platform is at this point, because I don't think it's actually helping anyone, right? At the same time, if I saw Ana and Cenk on the street, if Cenk was like my football coach, if Ana was a colleague at work, would I think they're a terrible person? Would I think they're a terrible person who's deserving of like obsessive video critiques on them? And I get it, they're media personalities, right? They spew stuff every single day
And
for
that's
hours and hours. At the
obviously we wouldn't be making YouTube clips about some normal fucking anonymous citizen, some random football coach. Imagine making 20, 30, 40 videos about like the local football coach. This guy sucks. I don't like his politics. Yesterday he said that he was voting for Trump. Can you believe it? Like, obviously we wouldn't do that because no one would fucking watch it, bro. And because it doesn't matter what some rando thinks. The whole point of going after Ana and people like Ana is because they are media personalities with, yes, a large platform and a large reach. However much you want to downplay it and act like she's totally irrelevant, if that's true at all, it's because we made her fucking irrelevant, bro. They call themselves the #1 name in progressive news constantly, the biggest and longest running online progressive news show. Yeah, we have a reason for talking about it because it fucking matters, right? And, this kind of plays into a bigger conversation that's been happening recently. But Sam Cedar, right? He did that Jubilee thing where 20 right-wingers sat down and they all debated him and stuff. And one of the #1 comments that went viral on Twitter, but Hassan also echoed this, was like, a lot of these right-wing people that Hassan was debating, they look like they should be leftists. They look like
Sam.
Oh, sorry, that Sam was debating. Yeah, they look like they should have been leftists, these people that Sam Cedar was going up against. But instead...
Wait, is he saying, is that from the... There was like a thread on Twitter where some right-winger was like, yeah, fucking own that SJW. And it was Sam owning some right-winger, but the right-winger looked like they kind of somehow looked more liberal. They assumed Sam was the conservative, right? They saw an exchange, and they assumed that Sam was the conservative.
They were arguing on behalf of Donald Trump and the Republican Party. People are like, why do all of these people that look like they should be normal lefties, why are they Republicans now? Well, why do you think we talk so much about the TYTs of the world and the Jimmy Dores of the world and the Matt Taibbis of the world? These channels, hosts, commentators, media companies that started out as progressive and then red-pilled their fucking audience. Why do you think we are in the place we are right now as a nation? Because so many people have been told by their former progressive news
Why
source
are we...
that it's actually okay to drift to the right.
In the place we are right now because NCC started her stream way later than she should have. And I would love to see the rest of this. There's about half of this video left. Go watch it. Go watch it on the Vanguard, I guess, on your own, chat, because we're going to have to do the bonus content. I stayed up super late. It is ridiculously... I cannot keep doing this. I need to watch. I think, is it Joe Rogan chat?
So as you all know,
Is that what we're
Joe
doing?
Rogan's show has
The Joe Rogan Crash Out show?
effectively become the suck off the robber barons experience.
Joe Rogan lost his #1 spot to Midas Touch, chat. Midas Touch took the crown. Leaving because NCC showed Geoduck.
He seemingly can't go a month without having on some billionaire oligarch robber baron who's destroying our country, whether it be Elon Musk 1,000 times or Mark Andreessen or Peter Thiel and his oily face
I wanted to watch this whole thing with you, but
after sucking the blood of a baby like a vampire,
like he had this fucking Nazi apologist guy on.
or Mark Zuckerberg. If he's not talking to a disgusting robber baron,
Davy
he's talking
Cliff
to a
super
corrupt
chatted
Republican.
$9.99. You know, if the Obama sat down with Mitch McConnell and just had a few brews, they could hash things out. Beck or Seggy both just love the country so much. Jay.
That's actually what Obama thought. That's actually, like, he had all these ideas that he could compromise with the Republicans. And meanwhile, the Republicans were, including Mitch McConnell, were meeting in secret to decide how they could ruin and prevent his agenda. How they could stop his agenda in its tracks, right? While he's like, the fever is going to break. These Republicans, they can't say no to it forever. I'm going to offer them a grand bargain.
Politician like J.D. Vance or Donald Trump, and giving them a hot stone
Thank you for the super shot.
massage throughout the entire interview, as we've seen. When he's not talking to them, he's talking to some right-wing MMA fighter or some right-wing comedian.
Anybody in here ever had a hot stone massage?
It's humiliating, is what I would describe it as. It's humiliating. But somehow, ladies and gentlemen, somehow, it has gotten worse. It has gotten worse
I would be like afraid to have a hot, like, I don't know. I'd be afraid of hot stones.
than the suck
I
off
know I shouldn't be.
the robber barons experience. Now, we are looking at Joe Rogan, the Nazi apologist experience. Now, you might say, come on, Kyle, that's hyperbolic. That goes a little bit too far. Well, I'm going to let you decide. So, there's this guy by the name of Daryl Cooper. Now, I must admit, Daryl Cooper had many people fooled, including me, for a while. He has this podcast called Martyr Made, and he did this retelling of the history of Palestine and Israel. And, you know, if you don't
What did I see Hassan react to this too? I feel like Hassan's also reacted to this.
know anything about the guy and you listen to it, you're like, I don't know, this seems really like high level, really well thought out, really interesting. Crystal and I listened to the whole thing and we thought it was relatively good. But the more I followed this guy,
Yeah, I'd be afraid of that too, but I feel silly being afraid of it.
his work, the more there were red flags. The more it was like, oh, that doesn't sound quite, oh, that's a little borderline. And then eventually, as you're about to see, and I'll demonstrate for you, the mask totally came off. But it's a cautionary tale that I'm giving you right now, that beware, because there are a lot of people out there saying the right thing about Palestine, and it comes from a great place. Then there are a lot of people out there saying the right thing about Palestine, and it genuinely stems from the fact that they're Nazi.
I have a friend who's a massage therapist, and that's like one of the things that she does. And she's all about it. She loves getting them. She loves giving them. She's all about hot stone massage.
I mean, I know that sounds a little extreme,
She's got a specific crock pot to warm up the stones.
but it's true.
That's how into hot stone massage she is.
You know, you might hear Nick Fuentes say something if you take it out of context, like, oh, he's good on the issue of Gaza. But it's like, where does that stem from? It doesn't stem from a belief in human rights and international law and justice. It stems from fuck the Jews, right? Like that's what it is. I hate to put it so crassly, but it's the truth, right? So anyway, this guy, Daryl Cooper, he was in the news in September 2024 because
Oh, he was the guy that went on with Tucker.
people noticed this moment in his podcast with Tucker Carlson. And, well, this sort of speaks for itself, and you'll begin to understand the problem with Daryl Cooper. And then, as I'll get to, he was just on Rogan's show. Buckle up for that. But here's what he said that caused controversy in September.
But how would you assess Winston Churchill? I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko Willink, one time because he's a New England
Jocko
Dutchman
Willink?
family. It's near and dear to they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart that Winston Churchill is a hero, right? Well, everyone
Yeah, do you know Jocko Willink? He's like the extreme responsibility guy. He looks like a drill sergeant. I think he was in the military. Like, he's the fucking platonic ideal of like a military dude, and he just does all this like ridiculous self-help shit.
Everyone thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, maybe, but I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
Don't suppose he's talking about what Churchill did in India.
Hey, dog. I can think of somebody that was worse. What the fuck? Churchill is the chief villain of the Second World War. Wasn't there, I don't know, multiple other guys who were worse?
Wait,
Just off
dude, he ate crayons?
the top of my Hitler, Mussolini, the Emperor of Japan. What? The chief villain. All right, he's not done.
Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities. But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something.
Churchill was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did. It wasn't the psychopathic Nazi exterminationist building concentration camps, shoving people in gas chambers and trying to conquer the world. It wasn't that guy. It was Churchill.
Other than an invasion of Poland. Or just, I mean, at every step of the way, like people are very often, I find, surprised to learn. There's a two-step process.
Well, why don't you just make the case for that? Okay, so you've made your statement.
Even Tucker notices, like, holy shit, you sound like a crazy person. You sound like a flat-out Nazi. That's why he's like, make the case. Sort of flesh that out a little bit.
And a lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right?
Yeah.
They're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his old regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan.
They went in with no plan for the millions and millions of political prisoners. Hey, Daryl, they had a plan. Oh, they had a plan. It wasn't like oh, gosh, golly. Oh, what do we do? Oh, they had a plan. It was called Auschwitz. Oh, my God. What am I going to do with this guy?
And they just threw these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead there.
Millions
The passive voice. I think that he does this again in this kind of thing in his interview with Rogan.
these people into camps, and millions of people ended up dead. Oh, did they? What did they die of old age when they were in there? What happened? Was there a pandemic
A series of unfortunate events.
that swept through? What was it again?
Fucking terrible. This is what Rudyard could have become
Oh, that's right. They fucking mass
with enough clout. Yes, Narwhal by nature, with enough clout.
murdered them on purpose. Okay, so now I don't even need to say anymore. Now you see the problem with Daryl Cooper, right? This is what we call Nazi apologetics. That's what this is, right? Okay, so apparently Rogan didn't see this clip, or did, and still invited homie on the show, right? And Daryl Cooper gave us some gems on the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience. Here we go. So this is one of the things he said. Ready?
It's not like Hitler was going and giving big speeches at City Square in Berlin, going on and on and on about how we're going to kill the Jews.
That is literally exactly what Hitler was doing. In fact, somebody literally spliced it out and put it right here. There's a video right here. Now, obviously, it's in German, so I won't play it. But Hitler addressing the entire Reichstag in 1939, declaring that he will annihilate the Jewish race. I'm sure Rogan really held him accountable when he said that, right? I'm still not done. More from Daryl Cooper on the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience.
People get sucked into it because, not because of like some latent evil in their heart, but because their virtues get hijacked. Hitler is a good example. That is somebody who can say whatever you want about him. He loved the German people, and he cared about the German people.
Oh
He
no!
loved the German people, and he cared. It was Hitler's overwhelming love for the German people, which is why he built concentration camps and shoved people in gas chambers by the millions.
There's like more and more of this shit breaking through on Rogan. You notice this? Like it's kind of like if this had happened, if this had happened, I don't know, 3 or however many years ago, and he just sat on his hands like this, it would have been a bigger deal. But he's just like kind of pushed it and pushed it and pushed it until it's like
Look at Rogan's face. Look at Rogan's face. I think that's one too many cold plunges. One too many alpha brain pills.
Did he watch the elephant graveyard video? Is he like, for a minute I thought you meant Kyle's video. So it wasn't clicking.
Homie, look at you. Oh my God. Can you believe this?
Hitler is a good example. That is somebody who can say whatever you want about him. He loved the
Say
German
what you will about. Damn.
people, and he cared about the German people.
Oh.
But that love.
But I love the insinuation that he loves the German people. Now, obviously, the Jews don't count as German people, right? Because then if you include them in the picture, well, obviously he doesn't give a fuck about the German people.
Yeah, or the gays, or a lot of groups within. But again, Palingenetic ultranationalism kind of gatekeeps the national identity. It differentiates a true German from a German who's also gay, a German who's also Jewish, or whatever other, undesirable to them identity groups they want to attack. He's defending white supremacy. He's doing a lot.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but
He's doing a lot.
Communist invading radicals.
Joe Rogan is letting him get away with it. This is kind of what the video was about. This is kind of what Elephant Graveyard's video was about, right? Him letting his platform be a conduit for all kinds of crap.
Killed the Jews. I like how he's like, well, he cared about certain German people. You got to like carve out which ones he's talking about. This is psycho shit, man. This is now we're looking at mainstream discourse and dialogue in the United States in the year 2025. By the way, at the same time, just in case anybody's confused about this, Trump illegally sending immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. No due process, no habeas corpus, deporting pro-Palestine protesters for liking pro-Palestine tweets, right? This is what they're doing. They're sending green card holders, permanent legal residents. They're claiming, oh, you're Tren de Aragua, you're a Venezuelan gang, based on no evidence, no due process, not proving anything, shipping them to a supermax prison, which is basically a slave labor camp in El Salvador illegally. So the idea, oh, bro, they're saying these things, but still everybody's learned the lessons of history, and we would never repeat stuff like that. The fucking guy that Rogan's supporting is warmongering with Greenland and Denmark and Mexico and Panama and Canada and Somalia and Venezuela and Yemen and Iran. And did I say Mexico? Oh my God.
I mean, it's like I was reading an article a while back about the neurochemical oxytocin, and it's
Oh my God, I'm just like, how can this guy like you're just wondering like how concentrated can a dude's like Nazism be? Like how many fucking Nazi things can he say in the space of 1 minute and 8 seconds? It's not a lot of time.
chemical that basically makes sure that a mammal mother doesn't eat her baby when she gets hungry. It gets that in us. It takes the form of like increasing trust and empathy and so forth. But they've also done research and found that it also that it increases trust and empathy and all those things for your in group. But because you're more protective of them, like feeling that way, it actually increases.
That's right. Jinx said Trump was anti-war. What happened to that? What happened to that? A lot of people said Trump was anti-war. But you know what he does? He starts a fucking war and he says, peace through strength. Peace, as if it's not a war if we roll over other countries. Sound familiar?
Trust toward anybody considered like in the out group.
Yeah, it's almost like that's the problem, right? It's almost like that's the problem. Now, in case any of this, I think probably 90% of you are convinced because you have functioning brains. But in case anybody is like, I don't know, man, still sort of borderline, can you really call it the Joe Rogan Nazi apologist experience? Let me show you a famous scandal involving Darryl Cooper, this man right here. And I need to stress this point. This happened before he was invited on the Joe Rogan experience. Ready for this? It was, I believe it was what? The Olympic ceremony happening, it was in France. And you had It was just a typical French opening ceremony. A lot of dancing, a lot of party stuff going on, right? Here's what Daryl Cooper said. This may be putting it too crudely for some, but the picture on the left was infinitely preferable in virtually every way than the one on the right. Ladies and gentlemen, the picture on the left is Adolf Hitler and the Nazis after conquering France, and the picture on the right is a bunch of drag queens dancing at an opening ceremony for the Olympics. So he prefers Nazi rule to having drag queens in
I hate to break it to you, Kyle, but dude's kind of a Nazi.
Public having fun and dancing. Let me repeat that. He prefers Nazi rule to drag queens dancing and having fun in the open. We have a word for that. It's called Nazi. You're just a Nazi. Now, he could try to cloak it and be weaselly about it from time to time, but very clearly, over a long enough time frame, the mask slips. And it's very clear. Oh, you're just a fucking Nazi. So that's what you are, Darryl.
Here we go.
You're just a Nazi. And Joe Rogan, congratulations.
Mystery solved.
On top of having on seemingly every robber baron in the country to lie about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the anti-scam police, to lie about politics, and corrupt Republican politicians, and right-wing MMA fighters, and washed-up right-wing comedians. On top of having on those people, now you've broadened the tent. The Joe Rogan Experience tent is being broadened. Now he also welcomes in the Nazis. So isn't that lovely? Now, by the way, I want to end this story here with a little...
He's just a very open-minded guy, that's all.
Cherry on top. I believe this was...
Not when it comes to trans people, but when it comes to Nazis, very open-minded.
This may have literally been from the same podcast as the Daryl Cooper one. Just wait. Just wait until... Here's what Joe's saying. In casual conversation with a fucking Nazi, here's what Joe's saying.
I do think there's socialism aspects of our country that we can't ignore, powerful and important. One of them that I bring up all the time is the fire department. Fire department is a totally socialist idea. Like, you don't have to pay them money. Like, if you work...
It all started with the dragons.
If you live in a house that's worth $1 million, or if you live in a house that's worth $200,000, they put out fires. If you can afford it or if you can't afford it, they put out fires. We all agree. You got to put out fires. Another thing is, and this is very controversial, but socialized medicine. The idea that you should go broke because you broke your leg is fucking crazy. If we're a community of people that are supposed to be supporting each other and helping each other, the best thing we could do is help one of the members of the community become active and productive and contribute to society. That makes everybody better and greater, and we should be willing to contribute to that. But I want my orthopedic surgeon driving a fucking Mercedes. I want that guy to be a bad motherfucker who gets compensated for it, because that's the type of guy who becomes an artist. That's the type of guy who works on the Lakers' needs. That's the type of guy you want. Like, oh, that's Mike. He does the Cowboys whenever they have shoulder injuries. That's the guy. Yeah. You want that guy. You want the guy with the nice watch. You want the guy who lives in a big house, because that guy's fucking dialed in and focused.
The fucking nice watch and the big house, that's what makes him such a good doctor. That's what makes him a good doctor. That's right, Joe. The guy that plays hella golf, right? Makes him a good golfer. He's kind of got, this is like a logical fallacy, isn't it? Somebody tell me what is the name of this fallacy? It's the one where you like think that the thing that is the effect, like the watch is an effect of being the doctor, right? And getting paid like a doctor. The car is an effect, right? This is all, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. It's not the rich stuff that makes, oh God, if my doctor didn't have a fucking Bugatti, then I would, the surgery I get would be so much worse.
You want a guy who doesn't feel like he's being compensated enough. You don't want a guy who feels like he's expendable. You want a guy who feels like he's a fucking rock star. That's what you want if you want your mom getting brain surgery, right? Yeah. You want a rock star surgeon.
You know how getting paid a lot makes people work really hard, because all the people that get paid the most, they're the hardest workers, right?
Doing that. So I believe in competition and I believe in merit. And I think it's very, very important for our society as a whole. But I also think there should be a much larger safety net for individuals so they don't go
Yeah, it's kind of like a correlation causation thing.
Broke if they have a fucking knee surgery. Or if you break your back, you shouldn't have to fucking go bankrupt. That's kind of crazy. And I think labor unions are very important.
I love this. In between sucking off robber barons and corrupt Republican politicians and Nazis and every right-wing asshole under the sun, and endorsing Donald Trump and going to his inauguration to party with them. In the midst of all that, who, me, bro? Me? I'm sort of left-wing and stuff, bro. I believe in this thing and I believe in that thing, which is why I voted for the guy who does the literal 180-degree opposite on every fucking thing I just said. Joe, nobody should take you seriously. This is complete hack fraud bullshit. Oh, bro, healthcare's like really important. People should have a right to healthcare. Did you say a fucking word when a couple weeks ago the Republicans passed through the House of Representatives a bill that cut Medicaid by $880 billion, which is effectively destroying all of Medicaid, which is healthcare for low-income people and healthcare for disabled people? Did you say a fucking word? Did you come on air and say I'm breaking up with Trump and the Republicans? Did you come on air?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I want the richest man on the planet to have a 4-inch metal phallus so he can feel like a rock star.
I mean, that would make his website better. That would make his government agency that's not an agency, but it isn't an agency, and he's not a member of that agency, but he is in charge of that. Yeah. He might make him do the Doge better.
And say, you know what, the Democrats are right because they're on the other side of this, and I need to stand with them because I care so much about healthcare that I got to stand with the party that's going to try to defend Medicaid. Did you defend Al Green when Al Green stood up and said you don't have a mandate to cut Medicaid when Trump gave his speech to Congress? You didn't say a fucking word about fucking any of that. And by the way, spare me. Oh, universal healthcare is so important and so good. Really? Did you know that under Trump's first term, 2.3 million people lost their health insurance and you said fucking dick about it and endorsed him? I can't deal with it anymore, bro. I can't deal with it anymore. I don't give a fuck what you say you think your values are in casual conversation, but then you turn around and suck off the robber barons and endorse the worst politicians in the country and sit back as they run scam after scam after scam on the American people. Did he say a goddamn word about Trump launching a fucking crypto scam coin 2 days before his inauguration and shaking down his own supporters to the tune of billions of dollars? Did he say a fucking word about that? It's enough. It's enough. I'm done with this show. Me, bro? I'm like in the middle. I have some right-wing ideas. I have some left-wing ideas, which is why I suck.
What is he doing? Like, this is is this like a, isn't there a comedian that does this?
Off billionaires every
day.
day.
Doing like a Chris Farley thing? Is that it?
Fucking endorse Trump and hold hands with him and frolic in the field with him and tell him how much I love him under the moonlight as I caress his skin?
What is this thing he does?
God damn it, Joe. God, he's unsalvageable at this point. You know, at least, you know what? Give us this. At least if you're going to endorse the worst fucking people in this country that do the worst possible fucking things, at least don't be a weasel about it, a little slimy weasel about it, and pretend like as you shoot the shit and giggle with a Nazi that actually...
Oh, sorry if I got confused at first because I thought you asked if Hassan watches Kyle's video. Took a minute to click that you meant Rogan interview. Oh, yeah. He watched the... Sorry, I didn't make that as clear as I should have. That Hassan also watched this I think maybe more of it than Kyle did actually.
Bro, I'm a socialist. I'm like a lefty, bro. No big deal. Because the fact of the matter is this. He fucking knows better. He knows better. He knows Trump's number one accomplishment in his first term was massively cutting taxes for the wealthy and corporations. He knows that. Or at least he should. He knows that all of Trump's talk, I'm gonna save jobs. I'm not going to outsource your jobs, folks. Vote for me. We lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs under Trump in his first term. And now in his second term, he just killed 115,000 new manufacturing jobs that were going to come here because of a bill that was signed by Biden, the CHIPS Act. He presided over a 2.9 million job loss. He appointed more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs than anybody. I mean, I can go on, right? You talk about labor unions. Well, guess who destroyed the NLRB? Guess who destroyed the NLRB? Which is the government agency which fucking protects unions. It's Trump who destroyed. He just appointed like an Amazon asshole to be the head of the NLRB, which basically means they're always going to side with management. They're always going to side with the corporations. They're always going to side with the owners and the billionaires, and they're going to fuck you.
See, so like, yeah, the thing about the government is like Trump's right when he says there's corruption in our government. And a big part of it is in the revolving door of lobbying and being a, political appointed official, right? This is just a classic thing that happens in a lot of the a lot of the regulators are people that have worked in that industry and that maybe have a conflict of interest, especially if they're going to go back to that industry. So that is real, but it's like Trump, instead of doing anything about the corruption, right, drain the swamp, he goes and makes it worse or makes it more direct, right? It's a more direct corruption. It's not, it's not even hidden. It's like, oh no, we're just going to cut out a step. We're going to be directly corrupt.
Unions over time and time and time again. Are you going to talk about that on your show, Joe? No, you're not.
In every single case, it's the fox guarding the hen house.
You're going to fucking fake virtue signal like, I'm for the good things, bro. No big deal. I'm like in the middle. Maybe I'm even a lefty, bro. But anyway, let's bring on JD Vance so I can fucking jack him off again and bring on...
That's a great image.
Peter Thiel again and bring on Trump again to lie about everything.
We really need Johnny Joestar to deal with the U.S. president. Yo, that's coming in like April or something. They're going to announce a new JoJo. And there might be a cowboy or two in this one. JoJo with cowboys, though?
Everything to my face. It's enough already.
Believe it.
Enough already. Retire. Retire. You're so washed. You're so washed. It's hard to watch. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
All right, look,
and watch that video.
I am going to shout out my Patreon, and I'm going to go to bed because it is way later than I meant to be up. But I just got really interested in the Vanguard's response. I wanted to watch more of that, but we didn't get a chance to. Wait, I need to find the thing and shout out. Shouts out to my Patreons. Everybody at the $5 level and higher gets a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Goggles. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. And with that, chat, I bid you adieu. And to all, a good night. And, wait, do we have, oh no, 6 seconds left. You can, all right. Good night, everyone.